I will call the meeting of the Finance and Facilities Committee to order. And our secretary has confirmed that visual review of the room that we have a quorum. So go ahead and get right into the agenda. Fairly full agenda today. Turn it over to Jamie and Jeff Schumacher for Finance Report.
Terrific. So I have up here with me today both Jeff, who's going to help with the Treasury Report, and then I wanted to introduce, I think most people have met Brian Fox, who's our new Associate Vice President for Budget, Financial Analysis, and Data Analytics. Brian joined the team earlier this year, and it's been amazing to have his help. He actually was our Executive Director of the MAP testing program for a while, and we pulled him over into the finance and admin area, and he's been taking a lead on all things budget and financial and data analysis, which is terrific. So Brian's actually going to kick this off, and we'll walk you through the quarterly finance report.
Perfect. Thank you much. All right, and please, if you have questions, just shoot away throughout, and bear with me as I do my first quarterly update. So starting this presentation, we'll start on the third to fourth quarter, and then we have a moment to do a year-end review, which is kind of an interesting trajectory. So for the fourth quarter, tuition revenue was up $3.8 million. It's above the quarter three projections, largely due to study abroad coming back online at a faster clip than we had anticipated. On the cost side of the equation, we continue to have one-time, and I want to emphasize one-time cost savings due to personnel reductions. It's $3.1 million down from our quarter three projections. It's worth noting that these are really unprecedented levels of vacancy savings. We, throughout the year, had been trying to build back up, and over the summer, as we've moved into the first quarter of this year, we've started to see those employment numbers come up, so that's a good sign operationally for the institution that some of the savings from last year really are one time. As we move into S&S expenses, we were $2.7 million down from quarter three, mainly due to very low travel. We've started again to see that come up as we move to the post-pandemic time. However, last year really was really unprecedented in many ways. Our final E&G fund balance ended the year at $93.3 million. It's 8.6 weeks of operating expenses, up from $82.4 million projection in quarter three. So again, we were up on revenues, we were down on expenses quarter three. A lot of that one time, kind of the lingering impacts of COVID, at least on the expense side of the equation.
I think that E&G fund balance, if I'm correct, that's the highest it's been since the board was formed.
Yeah, that is accurate. So last year, again, was, I think, when you talk to folks, I think you're going to find that operationally this past year has been unbelievably challenging for our team just because we're so leanly staffed. But absolutely correct. I mean, this is the highest fund balance that we've had in terms of weeks of operating expense, I think potentially in the time I've been doing this, but we'd have to go back and look at that data. So, yeah.
Moving down to the data table, this really looking at where we ended the year and quarter three projections. State appropriations, pretty flat. We're right on track with where we'd anticipated. Tuition and fees, as we noted, up just shy of $4 million on a $440 million base. Feel pretty good about that forecast. I want to note our Icc revenue. These are grant indirects that come. Many of our researchers were able to get back in their labs, so that continued to be strong in the fourth quarter. Personnel services, again, noted we're down, as were service and supplies. If there aren't any questions there, I'm going to move to what is, I think, a pretty interesting slide for us to tell the story and think about the trajectory of last year. I want to orient folks to the slide. On the kind of vertical axis, you'll see major expense or major revenue categories. We'll move on to expenses on the next slide. And then as we move across the slide, the first data tab, we won't go through each of these numbers, or the first data column is our initial budget for FY22, and then moving over on a quarterly basis until the final number tab is where we ended the year. So I want to note on state appropriations, those we ended fairly level. On tuition and fees, you'll see a consistent revision up through each quarter, and I want to note we expected to start the year, given our stance on COVID vaccination, that would cost us some enrollment, that we would not see every student return because of that. That ended up not being the case. So one, we had very high vaccination rates, and our students came back very strongly. We saw strong first-time enrollment this year. So good news there, and so that started the revisions up. We maintained with strong retention through each of the quarters, and then capped off the year with study abroad really coming back in a way that we had not anticipated. I will foreshadow a little bit that we also saw lower summer enrollment, and we'll see that in the Q1 numbers coming up in a few months. We're working through some of those pieces.
You attribute any of that low summer enrollment to the World Championships and something's not being available?
You know, we're working through that. We really don't. We don't know. There are a lot of theories. We also saw stronger enrollment through the year, and so we wonder if folks kind of got the classes and were successful in those in a way that may be a little atypical, and so they didn't need the summer catch-up. So we're working through that. It's important for us to know, is that a one-time thing, or is that something that will be a repeated behavior change, and which will be operational changes to make?
I'm assuming that there's no impact of the student loan forgiveness in any of the financials for the university?
I do not believe so. I think there may be questions of behavior change in the future, but I don't believe that should impact, it certainly doesn't impact our finances. I'm going to skip down a couple lines to the Icc revenue, and I noted this earlier, but we saw stronger than anticipated grant activity through the year, which is fantastic as our folks really returned to a more normal operation through the year. Interest and investments were strong. We saw revisions up throughout the year. It's due to higher cash balance, two things, higher cash balances, and then we went back to more normal collections activities for student accounts, and so we saw an increase in fee revenue associated with that. Those, I think, are the major components. You know, again, the big story on the revenue side is that tuition came in stronger, enrollment came in stronger than anticipated through the year.
If I can jump in for 1 second. Just one note, as you look at this report and some of the others, we've highlighted in kind of that peachy color where we changed projections. So it gives you a sense of kind of what stayed stable throughout the year, what changed without having to just kind of at a glance. And you can see, as Brian said, tuition and fees was the biggest one where we kept seeing positive increases throughout the year.
And moving on, this slide is looking at the expense side of the house. Once again, expenses on the sort of the rows, and then we move from the Q1 or the initial budget through where we ended in Q4. Personnel services continued. This is one where the reverse story of tuition. So we had anticipated refilling some of those vacancies. That was harder than anticipated. And so we saw net reductions through much of the year, and we saw vacancy savings through the year. And you'll see consistent forecast reductions throughout. I'm going to move down to supplies and services, which were interestingly spot on from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, though we had anticipated that really travel would come back on in a stronger way than it actually did. So you see that revision down in the Q4. Spring is a heavy travel season for us. Typically, that did not happen this year. Again, that's a one-time savings. We expect that will come back on this year as the effects of COVID wane. I do want to note on the bottom of the expenses under student aid, you see a pretty significant reduction from the initial projection to the end. That is not a reduction it's a reduction in the budget category, but it stems from two things. Much of that activity was shifted from general fund to foundation funding. So there was relatively normal activity, just a change in how it was funded. That's controlled by many of our schools and colleges, and so they can choose which resources to utilize there. And then secondly, there's some travel activity that flows through that category that did not take place again because of COVID impacts. So we'd expect that to come back on to more normal.
So Brian, you view that as a one-time?
Largely, yes.
Sorry, I'm going to jump in for a minute. The other thing I just want to make sure folks are aware of is that our large scholarship programs, our fee remissions, are considered negative revenue from an accounting standpoint. So that's not in that number. So we have, I want to say off the top of my head, it's something like 68 million of scholarships that you might in your mind think of as student aid. That's not reflected in that number because it's captured in a negative revenue category.
So Brian, we didn't see a decline in student aid given out last year?
We did not. I believe it continued on an upward trajectory.
Great, thank you.
A couple of last notes on this slide. You'll see the transfers out increased throughout the year. Those are largely related to shifts from general fund into capital projects where we saw construction cost inflation come, and those investments made both from the central coffers and from the provost office in many of our capital construction projects that have seen really unprecedented construction cost inflation through the year. And the last note, very bottom, I don't know if we can actually see it on this, the slide got a little truncated. It is in your board packet, however. I do want to note that there is an inflow of federal HERF funds, about $18.7 million through the year. That, again, is a one-time thing that has offset expenses and lost revenue for the institution. And with that, I'll move over to our last couple of slides. As is typical, our tuition revenue, if you put all of the little pie slices together, tuition revenue is about 76% of our education and general income, about 15% coming from the state. On the expense side, tuition and personnel tend to be pretty close to each other, and we're about 77, 78% expenses related to personnel. On the on all funds, state appropriations at about 6%, tuition fees about 35%, and then you'll note a pretty large slice coming from gifts, grants, and contracts. And with that, we'll close out if there are any questions.
All right, Jeff, you want to move to Treasury?
Morning, everyone. We'd like to start the Treasury report this morning with our cash and investments graph. You can see that we had, for the fourth quarter of fiscal year 22, an average balance of $532 million in our cash and investments, which was approximately $86 million more than the fourth quarter of fiscal year 21. There are a couple of main factors that created that increase, and these are similar to what we've talked to you about in the last couple of quarters. The first being E&G, and there's three components within that. As Brian just mentioned, we've had reduced spending on compensation, so that's one item. We've also had transfers in, one-time transfers in of HERF funds. And then lastly, we've had the timing of our transfers out for our capital projects. What happened was that transfer occurred at the very end of the fiscal year, and therefore didn't really impact our average balances. And the second area, again, which is consistent with prior quarters, is our auxiliaries. Going back to typical operations, so an increase in cash balances, and particularly in athletics and housing and dining. In total, all of our auxiliaries in total increased about $25 million compared to the fourth quarter of last year. One other additional note I'd like to make on this graph, some of you may have noticed kind of an anomaly at the very end of fiscal year 22, which is represented by the gold line at the top. You'll see a very sharp drop and a very quick recovery. That is all due to the purchase of Concordia University property. What happened was we used university funds to make the purchase, and then the very next day, the foundation reimbursed the university, which is why you saw that quick recovery. This next graph is also a cash and investment balance graph where we show all of our tiers stacked on top of each other and color-coded. I think the thing to notice here is in the last couple of years, we've seen a gradual increase in our cash and investments, and particularly in this last fiscal year, you can see we've been at or near all-time highs, which is very positive development. Most of that has occurred in the Oregon Short-Term Fund, which is represented by the orange portion of the graph on there. We keep a lot of our funds in there because it's a very safe fund and it's also very liquid. And so and they tend to give a fairly decent rate of return. In fact, we were just notified last week that this fund is now going to give us 1.9%. And I guess for reference, as recently as March, we were only getting 0.45% on that fund. So we're anticipating an increased interest income from that fund. Our debt service graph here, which is our bar chart showing all of the payments that are due.
Jeff, would you, just for the sake of a couple new board members, go back to tier 3 for a sec?
Yes.
explain tier 3?
Sure. The Tier 3 is a quasi-endowment that we keep right now. Jasper Ridge, who also manages the foundation's portfolio, they manage that for us also. It's approximately $100 million right now, and that's shown by the green, the very top of our graph here, the dark green, and then the shaded is our unrealized gains from that fund. It's a fund that we don't anticipate taking money back out of. However, we do receive about a 4% return that they give us each fiscal year. And so that's where we get money back out of that fund. You're welcome.
Could you give the relative yields on the three or four buckets?
Sure. So the checking account Tier 1, as of right now, we aren't earning anything on that other than our earnings credit on the account. However, we're working right now to create a sweep account. So we will be in the future earning about nearly 2% on that fund. The Oregon short-term fund, the orange portion, as I mentioned, that is about 2%. It's 1.9% right now. We anticipate that to continue to go up. The light green, which is our fixed income portfolio, we return, if you look just at the actual interest income, we return maybe about 3% on that right now. However, we've seen a lot of unrealized losses in those funds due to rising interest rates. So if you look at it in total, we've actually lost money in that fund because of the market conditions. And then the very top one, the T3, that is very variable. We have not gotten our June 30th report yet. I can tell you in the first quarter, we lost about 3%. The first quarter of the calendar year, we lost 3%, which was actually a very good return compared to the benchmarks. I anticipate the second quarter, because the markets were not very good, we'll see a reduction in yield on that account.
Yeah, and just to add one point, so for the T3 funds that are managed through the foundation with Jasper Ridge, as Jeff said, we have a setup kind of like the endowments are set up for the campus, where there's an annual 4% return, meaning draw, but actually those funds themselves just earn whatever the market earns through Jasper Ridge's investments. And there's some information in your packet about how those returns have compared over time with different market benchmarks. So it's going to fluctuate as the market fluctuates in the short term.
Jeff, on the fixed income portfolio, are you targeting maintaining a short to intermediate duration, or for those
right?
longer term?
Right. We have two funds right now, and one has a shorter duration of about 2.5 years, and the other one just a little bit longer, 3.5 years right now.
Some exposure, but not a lot.
Correct.
Jeff, those yields are lower than the current market. Is that a net yield you're reporting, and there are other expenses associated with that we're not seeing?
It is a net yield. If we would take, I'm guessing you're referring to the fixed income funds?
Yeah.
Yeah, so because of the short duration is one reason it's a little bit lower. And also just because of what's been in the fund up to this point, they aren't turning it over that quickly. And therefore, we have a lot of lower yielded securities within that fund at this point.
You do it yield at cost. Is that right? Instead of yield to maturity?
Right, yield to cost would be, as you said, would be a little bit higher, yes. Okay, we'll go to our debt service and capital lease bar graph here. This has not changed over the last couple of quarters. For the new board members, the way we've set up our revenue bonds is we have 30-year bullet payments. That's just worked out very well for us. And therefore, for the university issued bonds, we don't have any payments due until 2045. However, we do have state issued bonds that we do make payments on. We just made a principal payment in July, and so you will be seeing the $878 million that we show right now and have shown for the last couple of quarters. When I report on this next quarter, you'll see a slight reduction in that due to our payment to the state. And I know I've mentioned this the last couple of quarters, so I'll make the last bullet point brief. But just so everybody's aware, when we do receive bond proceeds, the internal bank then takes those proceeds, loans those back out to our partners within the university. And those loans are structured for repayment in such a way that we're very confident that we'll have enough cash available in order to make those bullet payments I just mentioned in 2045 and beyond. And the final graph we'd like to show you today is our cash and investment to debt ratio graph. In the fourth quarter of fiscal year 22, we remain within the range. As you can see in that last bullet point, that range has been between 43 and 62% throughout the whole term of the graph, starting in fiscal year 2016. The fourth quarter was at the high end of that range at 60.5%. And also want to tell you, looking forward a little bit, I anticipate next quarter when I report on this that you'll see a slight decline in this ratio, and that's because in summertime is when we see our lowest levels of cash and investment, so that's going to naturally bring that down. However, with tuition and state appropriations and those type of items starting up for the fall term, and at that point we start to see a gradual increase for the rest of the fiscal year in our cash and investments. With that, and also because we aren't anticipating any debt issuances this year, I'm actually very hopeful that by the end of the fiscal year, we may break out of this range to the upside, which would be a real positive. It'd show a strengthening of our balance sheet and also something very good to be able to report to you and our rating agencies.
Jeff, is it fair to say that even though our cash position is as good as it's been, our debt's grown faster, and that's why that is happening? And what you're saying is you're hoping our debt growth slows and our percentage of coverage improves?
Yes, that's absolutely
Well,
right.
I just want to be clear. So our cash has grown very fast. I don't know that our debt has grown faster, has it?
It's grown at
So
about the same pace.
Yeah, so the ratio, it stayed pretty
Percentage.
consistent. I think another way to think about this, or the way I've been thinking about it, is cash and investment balances have been going up, but as Jeff noted, they're going to need to go up because we're going to have some bullet payments coming in the future that when you start to add up all those bullet payments, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. So it is important that cash and investment balances grow as we get closer to those liability payment dates.
Jamie, have you mapped out where we should be each year, and is that something that we should start to think about? And I guess the other question would be, what do you think the likelihood that you might, and or whoever is here in 2045, may not be you, probably not me. I'm just curious, would those be refinanceable? Would we consider refinancing them?
Yeah.
Is that a likely scenario? And I'm just trying to wonder, how do we make sure that we're building, we as stewards of the entity are holding you all accountable for building that?
Yep. Yeah, I will try to answer all those questions, but Jeff
All right.
should definitely chime in as well. So we, in terms of those cash and investment balances, a portion of that is the internal bank, and we are very carefully projecting forward what we need and tracking that we are on track to make sure that we can make those debt payments if we don't refinance. I think the assumption typically is that you would refinance because once you hit the call dates, there's an opportunity there usually for savings, but it depends on the rate environment in the market. And currently, I don't believe there's an opportunity for us given the timing of our bonds and what's going on in the market. But Jeff is in close communication with the bankers and others to constantly be looking at that and analyzing that. But we are also very carefully looking at just our overall balances in the internal bank to be able to manage this. The cash and investment pool is broader than the bank, so there's a lot more. There's going to be more variability because some of that depends on, what gifts do we receive and what money do we pull over and how does not the endowment, but how do our funds in T3 do? So there are other factors that are outside of the kind of exercise to make sure that we have enough cash to pay off the bullets. Anything you'd add to that?
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd add is typically at the end of the 30 years, we would pay that off, and that's what we're projecting right now. That's our goal, is to pay those off and have enough funds within the internal bank that we can fund a lot of projects throughout the university.
Yeah, so we should be thinking, like right now we're at 60 days cash on hand, roughly. And so that needs to build over time. And so, it might be good for us to look at like, okay, where should it be 3 years from now? And are we on track for that?
Yeah, we can look at putting something together for you on that. I know we have a tight schedule, so Tim is looking at me like, move on. So unless there are more questions, I'm going to keep us rolling.
Can I just follow up on one thing, just to build on Marcia's? One of the challenges that we have as a public institution is that when there's a lot of cash on hand, people wonder why that is true. And so I don't know from an accounting point of view if we can have a savings account that is kind of prepaying for. Any household would know how to explain that, that we have a big payment coming and we're saving aside. That's something that we can talk about on our side, but that's a personal concern of mine because people look at the bottom line. They don't actually look at our future indebtedness. So.
Yeah, it might almost be interesting to see it stacked up of like cash reserved for future debt repayment and build it up so we can, yeah, and I don't know how, I know you have to,
Yeah, we'll go off and look at options to try to help provide more transparency on that for you all within the realm of what we can do related to this. So
yeah,
I concur with the Patrick's comment about the concern that people might look at those balances and think, "Wow, why don't you just spend that?" And we all know, wait, we can't spend that. There's pieces of that we owe, and I think in part that was the intent of this chart. Although I think we could probably provide additional analysis that would help to show that yes, cash and investment is growing, but you do have to look at it relative to the debt you've taken on that's outstanding and what you owe. And so the hope was to try to track that as well. But we can look at additional analyses that we can provide. All right. I'm going to keep us rolling. This is actually not the next topic. I'm going to talk about those. So I think there's a couple where we may not have slides. Is that accurate? Yep. Okay. Yep. So we have, there are two resolutions before you. And the first one I'm going to talk about is the proposal to actually reduce expenditure authorization on the capital side for this fiscal year. So as you hopefully were able to see in the board materials, when we put forward the expenditure authorization on the capital side last year, we were not sure whether the Concordia transaction would actually close in June of 22, which would have been fiscal year 22, or July, which would have been 23. In an abundance of caution and to give us flexibility, the board approved a capital expenditure authorization that included that $61 million actually in both fiscal year 22 and 23. So we had flexibility. Turned out the transaction did close in June last year. And so the proposal that is before you is actually to say we do not need the expenditure authorization for fiscal year 23 because we already completed the transaction. And the proposal is to reduce the total expenditure authorization for capital by $61 million, given that we have already conducted that transaction.
I'll move.
Second.
All in favor?
Steve, you can't actually second. You're not on the committee.
You move my second.
Sorry.
As a reminder, this is just the Finance and Facility Committee's members who are taking action on this.
I'll second it. Thanks. All in favor?
Aye.
It's against the nature of CFOs to give money back, but we do appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, so the next resolution that is before you is related to amending a note in our tuition and fee tables. And I'll give you a little bit of background on this. In last December, the board reviewed and approved a proposal that came forward from the College of Education to launch a new online graduate program, master's program in applied behavioral analysis. And that was reviewed and approved by the board in December of 21, as well as all the other entities that needed to approve it. The intention was to have that program charge just the standard College of Education master's clinical rate. Unfortunately, we did not catch that in the materials. There's a footnote to the tables that lists out which COE programs are under each rate. And unfortunately, we had a lapse in that it was the language for this particular new program was not added. And so the proposal that is in front of you is to add that language to the note to make it clear which of the different standard College of Education tuition rates apply. So that is hopefully clearer for everyone involved. I will say we had a discussion about, because there's different staff involved in program approval versus tuition rate approval, we had a discussion about making sure we link that so that in the future we don't have we have that connection in place and that we don't run into this issue again. So again, it's the proposal before you is simply to add some language to the note associated with the tuition table to make it clear that this new program will fall under standard College of Education master's clinical rates.
I'll motion.
You have a second?
Moved, yeah, second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Excellent. Tim, I think I got us back on track schedule-wise.
Great.
Okay, so our next topic that is up for discussion is, yeah, great, thank you, is we wanted to give you, each year we provide an annual overview of our retirement plans. And actually, I'm going to lead this presentation, but Galen, do you mind joining me just in case there are detailed questions? Galen is our director in this area, and she has a wealth of knowledge to bring to the table. So she's going to join me in case you guys ask me things that I don't know the answer to, so we can make sure to get you accurate information. So I want to go over a few issues related to the plans, talk about just an overview of what they are and the responsibilities, what we have in terms of current plan assets, how we are structured to make sure we have appropriate oversight, and then some of the, one of the things Galen's been doing that's been fantastic in the time that she's been with us is really focused on continuous improvement. You know, how do we move forward? How do we make the plans better for participants? How do we make sure that we are as buttoned up as possible? So just as a little bit of background, particularly for newer trustees, this is a program originally, so the PERS program is managed by the state, and there are a number of other retirement plans that used to be managed by the chancellor's office for all 7 campuses. When we went through the governance transition, we volunteered to take on fiduciary responsibility for all of the campuses of these plans. There were very important scale economies and reasons why it made sense for us not to break apart the retirement plans into 7 different, retirement plans. And so we officially took on that responsibility for all campuses. There are 2 main sets of plans, and then we also inherited some legacy plans. The optional retirement plan is a defined contribution program, and basically for our unclassified staff and faculty, it is an alternative. So when people join the university, they have a choice of either investing in PERS or investing in the optional retirement plan. It is a statutory program, and so it is statutorily linked to the PERS program in the sense that for those participants who came in and were part of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 of this plan, we have to provide a contribution that links to what we otherwise would contribute to the PERS plan for employees who came in at the same time period. And as you can see, what that means is that in particular for our Tier 1 and Tier 2 employees, it's a very high contribution rate. It's a 32.3% rate. So that is what we are contributing. It's a little bit lower for Tier 3 at 15.6%. And then Tier 4, which I think went into effect around 2014, is that right? 2014 changed that plan and de-linked it from PERS. And so for those employees, it is an 8% contribution. And then if they contribute to the 403B, there's a matching program to get them up to 12%. We also do have a postdoc program as well for our postdoc scholars. In addition to this,
Jamie, do you know what percentage of the employees are in Tier 1 and Tier 2? As a guess.
I do not want to hazard a guess on that one. We can find that info unless you know off the top of your head. My guess would be it's still a very significant number.
Did you say that's more than half, do you think?
Again, Steve, you're putting me on the spot.
That's
What
fine.
I can tell you is
Tier
2, I snuck in at the end of Tier 2, and I joined the institution in February of 2003. So I believe Tier 2 closed out that August maybe of 2003. So we can get that data, but I mean, it's been a while, but we do have a lot of employees who are long-term employees. So we still have, I would say, significant numbers that are Tier 1 and Tier 2, but obviously over time that will shift. But we can get that data. In fact, let me write that down. Okay, so in addition to the optional retirement program, then we have the voluntary 403B tax deferred investment plan. This one is voluntary. It doesn't matter whether they're employees in PERS or ORP, they have the option to invest in this plan. And we manage that as well for all 7 campuses. And then there were some legacy retirement plans as well that new employees cannot join that we're also currently investing in. So a lot of responsibility across all campuses. This chart shows you that we do have about $2.8 billion of assets under management. They're currently split with 3 different record keepers, 2 of whom are active record keepers for new employees, and then 1 of whom is for only existing employees. And you can see the number of participants is over 19,000 across all 7 campuses. and considerable assets under management. In terms of the structure of oversight, the University of Oregon, we are officially the plan sponsor and fiduciary. I do work with the other vice presidents of finance and administration on the other campuses to talk about the plans and the oversight and what we're doing and get feedback from them on different aspects of it. But we are ultimately the fiduciaries for this program. The retirement plans office is led by Galen, and you have 2 employees right now? 2 employees that help as well. And then Galen works very closely with me, with our Chief Human Resources Officer, General Counsel's Office. We have outside legal counsel on this as well. So there's really a team of people that are working on these plans. We also have a number of faculty and staff that help us with different committees related to the plans. So there are 2 main committees. There's an investment committee that has faculty and staff from a number of the different institutions, as well as University Shared Services. That is the shared services group that's run out of Oregon State for a lot of payroll and other functions. They meet 4 times a year, quarterly, and basically monitor overall investment performance and make decisions regarding available investments. We do also those meetings we brought in. We have an outside investment advisor that meets with them. Galen meets with them. We have record keeper relationships as well, and they're reviewing each quarter what's happening with the plans. In addition to that, we have an administration committee that Galen leads that basically is the benefits managers from all the different campuses. That's just an advisory group, but they are a good, I think, resource for you in terms of different administrative matters related to the plans. And then finally, we wanted to just share a little bit of the continuous improvement activities that we're doing. In 2021, we did a voluntary audit on the plan and had them look at various aspects of the plan. The outside auditors, as all auditors do, came up with recommendations of things we could be doing better. And so Galen and her team are working on implementing those around reconciliation and reporting and oversight. We also are working on some restatements, and that there are some opportunities that were opened up with the CARES Act and the Secure Act for additional things that participants could do relative to the plans, and we had to put some restatements in place to make sure that that is available to our participants. We are continuing to work with the campuses around issues related to vesting. So there's a 5-year vesting schedule for the ORP, and making sure that we are keeping current with the record keepers when employees don't work those full 5 years, because then those funds can be recouped for the institutions. Galen launched some wonderful retirement expos before the pandemic. These were opportunities to try to be in person and educate employees about retirement opportunities and savings. We did put that on pause because of the pandemic, but are hoping to restart that. And then finally, we've done work on the fees in terms of both a new fee policy and then working to continuously try to renegotiate the fees with the record keepers. Most recently, there was a benchmarking study done with an outside third party that helped us get a better understanding of where we land, and that will be used in further negotiations with the record keepers to try to keep the fees as low as possible for our participants.
Jamie?
Yeah.
Excuse me, have you seen any of our employees need to pull out, I think you can do loans now and et cetera, out of the CARES and Secure Act. Have you seen changes there?
During the pandemic, when the CARES Act, there was a time period where you could take distributions and larger loans, and we did see some at that time, a couple fairly large ones. Try to encourage people to try to, you had a time to pay those back. I don't know that people did. But overall, our loans, we don't have a lot of loans in the plans. Whenever the record keepers come and report, they're always mention that. And hardships, if we get 2 or 3 hardships a year, that's a lot, which is, I used to work for the state, and we used to see a lot more in that plan than we ever do. So that's good.
A question. I know in corporate retirement plans over the last 5 to 10 years, there have been a rash of litigation about lack of fiduciary focus on fees and fees being inappropriately passed through to the beneficiaries. Has that hit higher education at all?
So far, the lawsuits have only focused on the private universities that are under ERISA. We've had a couple of requests for public records, but I think they're fishing. I think they go out and ask probably as many universities as possible, but so far they have not come to the public universities.
And we are paying attention to those lawsuits and tracking them.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, so.
Jamie, again, sort of for the benefit of the new trustees, there were good reasons that we made this decision 10 years ago, or how long it's been for us to retain control and oversight of this, given risk exposure, given the delicacy of retirement plans. I've heard no rumblings at all across campuses, but would you make the same decision?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd make the same decision. And actually, my colleagues periodically thank me for us taking on this responsibility. I do want to be clear. We have set up the relationship so that all campuses contribute to the cost of running these plans. So Galen, her office, our insurance, all those types of things, we end up costing that out, and then that gets billed to all the campuses. So my time doesn't get billed, Kevin's time doesn't get billed, but the costs that are direct to running the program are shared by all 7 campuses. And I do think this was absolutely the right thing to do. And I feel much more comfortable about our risk levels now that we manage the program directly with our team. So feeling good about that.
Kevin, the fiduciary responsibility for these extends to the board. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so, and that's why our charter for this unit requires that the board be briefed on an annual basis.
And that's why you're getting briefed, exactly.
And members of the investment committee, do they have to have some qualification as financial experts?
We really don't have that requirement, but we have finance professors on there. We have accounting professors, I think. We have our budget, Kelly. We have Jeff is one of our investment committee members. So they have to, we do ask them if they have an interest in, what their interest is and what their expertise is in, investments and finance, but it's not like written in stone, I think, so.
Yeah, it's not like an audit committee, private sector, where you'd have to have some, certification or some level, but we are trying to pull people that have that experience and are going to be able to contribute the most to the committee. And I would say it's a significant commitment for those members, because those are full day meetings, half day meetings that they're doing.
It depends. Sometimes they have gone full days.
Yeah, so it's a pretty significant commitment, and we're usually looking to people for whom they have some expertise and interest in this area and are going to be committed to it.
Very engaged. They are. I mean, I'd say the whole committee they've been really good to work with. Stay on top of everything. So.
And I am happy to share, Brian actually pulled some numbers on an earlier question that I got. So Steve, I've got numbers for you on the breakdown of our retirement plans. This is a head count split across all funds. Apparently 7.4% of our employees are tier 1 PERS, 7.9% are tier 2 PERS. So combined, that's a little over 15%. 64.9 are in tier 3 OPSERP, and then we have just under 20% in the optional plan. So it is shifting over time.
A lot.
Yeah.
Anything else?
If there's nothing else, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple capital project items to discuss. Welcome, Mike and Darren. So,
Good morning. Whoops, going a little bit too fast. The first presentation, we don't have any slides, but we do have a resolution. Good morning, I'm Michael Harwood. I'm the Associate Vice President for Campus Planning and Facilities Management. Joining me is Darren Deely. He's our Director of Design and Construction, and we'll talk through a couple of points that we want to brief you on the Knight Campus Phase 2 project.
Yeah, so our intent with the Phase 2 project was to be in front of the board for this meeting as a full approval for the project. As noted in the previous presentation, all of our projects have been fighting bid escalation as we've been putting the projects forward and moving them along, and that's been a big challenge for the Phase 2 project as well as many of our others. So we are continuing through redesign processes to try to balance those cost challenges that we've come up against on the projects. And so at this point, what we've asked in this resolution is an additional $15 million in spending authority to get the project through construction drawings with the design team and get some additional bidding information from out on the street, so that we would have better cost information to enable us to put a good budget together to bring to this group for full approval. The project right now is at the end of design development. We'll reach that in the middle of October. We have our contractor on board as a CMGC and a number of the critical subcontractors on in pre-construction roles, so that we can help define where the costs of the project are a little bit better. We will also be bidding some of the main structural work prior to coming to the board in December, so we can get more assurance of what the bid market is doing compared to where our estimates are at right now, because we want to be able to come to the board with a fairly solid number for the budget on the project, which we haven't been able to nail down quite yet. So we do intend to be back at the board here for December for full approval on the project before we put anything into contract for construction purposes. So just want to give you that background of where things are at.
Okay. So you won 15 million. Okay.
Yeah, so
That's all for now.
yeah, that gets us through the remainder of design and gets everything out on the street for bidding purposes.
Is this incremental costs, or would we have incurred this? It's just the timing of it requires that we're incurring it earlier.
Yeah, so it's the timing of it. Where we were at is we had come for 15 million earlier, and if we would have been able to get kind of cost assurance that we were after and typically would see in the market, which usually we get somewhere between the end of schematic design and our 50% design development, that we usually come back to the board for full approval. That's where we would have been right now, and we would be fine. The development of construction documents for a project is pretty expensive. A piece of the design process, there's a lot of labor involved in it. And so that pushes us up into the next category of funds. And what we're doing is we're keeping the project on the original schedule overall. So our intent will be to start fencing the site in January, with construction starting right after that. And so we're pushing closer to where we would start the project with the final approval than what we typically would do. But the bid market we have just been chasing, and with design revisions and everything, trying to bring the project cost back down. So.
Okay. We have a resolution on page 52 of 68 in the book. Have any other questions? I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item we have is the HJ cone, and Michael talking about the football practice facility project.
We're going to do a little bit of a tag team. Matt Roberts is credited with part of the presentation, but won't be able to join us. So HJ and I are going to do this. Without trying to keep everybody on schedule, we'll dive right in.
Yeah, thank you. Right here, you're going to see an aerial shot of our current footprint. The main points to focus on here is Leo Harris Parkway, as we all know it, the Science Center, which is the, Mike, I don't know if you have a pointer, but the white building next to the Canoe Canal. And then you have the Cuthbert Amphitheater, the lower left-hand corner as well. The other area is the current Mashofsky Center. That's the large green roof, and that houses over 20 sports and over 450 student athletes. That's our #1 used facility in athletics on an annual basis. And I think that's an important piece of this, because with the proposed facility, that would alleviate some spatial and timing issues. Next slide here is the proposed indoor practice facility, which includes 2 outdoor practice fields. As you can see, this will require the realignment of Leo Harris Parkway. Mike can speak to that in a moment. We'll have a better shot of that as well. Next couple slides are going to focus on updated renderings. This is a view from the south. You can also see the realigned Leo Harris Parkway here and the 2 outdoor practice fields. On the right side of that photo, you'll see the current Mashofsky Center as well. This is the second rendering. a closer view, and carbon neutral building, no gas, also built with mass timber. The goal is to use the same material as the Hayward Field roof, if you're familiar with that. Anything else on those? We can talk about a little bit the features about the facility related to energy efficiency, filtration for smoke seasoned, which I think we're unfortunately all familiar with. I think that captures the most of it. We can go to the.
So I'm going to talk through a little bit of the, excuse me, the details of the proposed land swap, which is the action before the board today. What you see here is the existing layout in black and white, and then some colored rendering to try to help understand the various pieces of the land that we'd like to acquire. Outlined in red is the totality of all that, about 5.5 acres. The number 4 in the sort of red pink shading is land that we would give back to the city for the right-of-way for the realigned Leo Harris. So we would net about 4 acres out of the 5.5 that are outlined in red. The light blue, number 2, is the existing alignment for Leo Harris. So you can see how moving Leo Harris is really important to be able to accomplish the goals of the project. Number 3, in that sort of green shading, is the existing parking lot that some of you might be familiar with. It's used for supporting the Science Center as well as the Cuthbert Amphitheater. We are keeping all of our development inside the existing footprint of that parking lot. So we're not taking any parkland that is not currently paved. We're trying very hard to be very sustainable with our development. This shows the land that we're proposing as what the university would transfer. 2 different versions. One is a little bit easier, the top half outlining the parcels. The bottom half is an aerial to maybe help orient you. But they're both showing the same amount of land, about 8 acres. On the top map, that sort of light blue line is a 200-foot setback that we agreed to, and we rezoned this land about 3 years ago as part of a conditional use permit process. So the majority of the land is non-developable along the riverfront, and then there's a small portion at the western end that could be developed as the city sees fit.
So Mike, excuse me, this
Yes.
would never have been property that we could have built academic structures on.
For the majority of it, the piece that's closest to the railroad, we could have, and that's why we're retaining a little piece further to the east. We're not giving up everything to the west. There's a outfall to the mill race, which is kind of splits that land into 2 unequal portions, and that's what we're using as the eastern boundary, but we want to keep some opportunity if there's a research initiative or maybe some sort of outdoor class activity or something that we would want to have access to some of that land.
Our general obligation under the conditional use permit for that area is very light use and wouldn't be appropriate for an academic classroom building, for example. And I will note the irony as well. The land that we're currently seeking to acquire from the city is land that the University of Oregon owned until the 1980s, in which case people that sat in our seats decided we didn't need it and gave it to the county, to Lane County, who then decided they didn't need it and gave it to the city of Eugene. So we're now trying to get it back.
Who has not felt this land swap is fair, either for us or from the city, and what concerns have they voiced, if any?
Frankly, there's been very little opposition that I'm aware of. We had a open house out at the Science Center about 2 weeks ago. I had a handful of neighbors show up. It was not the normal turnout for something that's controversial. Very pleasant, polite conversations, a lot of good questions that were asked. We had answers to just about all of those questions. So I think it's just complicated. It's not necessarily controversial, would be the way I would describe it.
I haven't heard anything downtown other than asking what's the replacement parking for the Science Center in Cuthbert.
Great lead into the next slide. Thank you very much. So exactly, the parking that is being displaced, you can see under the footprint of the black and white practice facilities, everything that's shaded in sort of a salmon color is replacement parking. Starting on the left of the slide, That's some ADA parking at the Cuthbert Amphitheater. That was something that was very important to the folks that operate that venue. Then just above that is a very small piece of land that's highlighted that will be some additional ADA parking. There's a pedestrian bridge that crosses this canoe canal. And then along the Science Center to the north and to the northeast, we would be improving their parking facility, as well as there's a stormwater pond just beyond that that is impacted slightly by the relocation of Leo Harris, and I'll talk about that in the next slide. And then further, excuse me, to the east is a lot that is currently gravel that we're proposing to pave that and potentially include a canoe and kayak launch as part of that. Any questions before I move on?
To be clear, in terms of total project costs, are those improvements included in the cost of the facility?
Yes. The contribution, if you will, by the university is in the land.
Great, thank you.
And so what I've done here is zoom out and show in the bottom left in sort of gray is the land that the university is proposing as part of this transfer. The facility is up to the top. What's highlighted in yellow are the parking areas that I just mentioned. Yeah. But then there's a few other features I wanted to point out that are going to be benefits to the community, and that is working very closely with the Science Center. There's an area we'll be creating between the parking and the building that they're going to turn into a science front yard. That will be their development, but we're setting up the opportunity for them to do that. As I mentioned, you can sort of see the green is the reshaped stormwater pond. We're going to add some depth and improve the water quality. And so this has been Matt Roberts' great contribution, is working with the leadership of the Science Center and Cuthbert to learn what their impacts of our project, taking away the parking, and how to best mitigate that, replace it, as well as some enhancements. And I mentioned earlier the boat launch, which would be not motorized, but canoes and kayaks that if this project goes forward, that's part of the cost of the project.
What I'd say as a Eugenian is the location of the Science Center has always been a little odd out there. And there was an initiative recently that they were looking at the eWeb building, which is over there by the bridge, yeah. That's a no-go, so they won't be moving over there.
As I said earlier, this has been really complicated. Both Cuthbert and the Science Center lease their property, their facilities from the city. So we've been talking to the city, we've been talking to folks at the Science Center and at Cuthbert, as well as these concerned citizens that came to the open house. So we think we've got a good plan. It's just complicated in working with the city and getting the steps aligned. Assuming for a moment that the vote here will be an affirmative, the next step would be for us to get in front of City Council, get their approval, and then there's a lot of fine-grained detail, nitty-gritty that we need to work out. So that's roughly the timeline. We hope that we would have all that wrapped up by the spring.
Do you know what the city's plan is for the newly acquired property?
I smile because I've asked them how would they like me to answer that question, and they haven't really been able to give me a good answer. I would say that in our conversations with them, they understand and respect the commitments that we made in our conditional use permit. They intend to make it parkland, and so they would say, we don't know exactly what we would use it for, but just look at what we've done with our parklands in the past, and that would be an indication of what we would want to do with this property.
Part of their 10-year park plan.
Right, which they are going to start someday soon.
There are always lots of questions about the separation of athletics and the university and academics, and especially financially. In this case, would you, just for the record and so everybody knows, the cost of this entire project is being funded how? And the university is contributing what?
Yeah, privately funded, 100%, and the university is contributing in the land swap.
Thank you.
I would add to that, the university is contributing staff time. I mean, the work that Mike and I and HJ have been doing.
Can you clarify on the community benefit project?
Sure. So as part of the conversation with the city, previous president made a commitment to the city manager that we would like to partner on some project yet to be determined. There's a lot of ideas that would benefit the community, and that we were willing to commit up to $1 million to achieve that. The city, depending on what the project is, it's likely to be in excess of $1 million, so they would make up whatever the difference would be between our contribution and the total cost of that project.
Good point. Thank you, Jamie.
Any other questions? I believe that's our last slide.
Yep. Okay, we do have a resolution in the book. I think it's page 57 of 68. Any further discussion? We have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. These need to go to the board. All of these need to go to the board eventually and be approved by the full board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good work.
Can I briefly raise the issue of the room temperature? I'm a little concerned about my colleagues and how they may or may not survive 2 days here. I don't know if it's something that we've been looking at. Is everybody doing okay?
It's chilly. Blankets tomorrow.
These are always cold.
Yeah.
Our Columbia fleece tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll talk to facilities about turning up the temperature.
No worries.
As a university striving to make a mark in sustainability, maybe over air conditioning is not the key.
Okay.
Thank you, Patrick.
Next item we have, it's a fairly small dollar item, but our retention and delegation requires any lease over 20 years come to the board for approval. We'll be reviewing that requirement in the near future, but given the current retention and delegation policy, this needs to come to the board. And I'll turn it over to Kevin. We were supposed to have Greg Shabram here to discuss this, but he has a medical issue to deal with. So.
Yeah, so the matinee performance is me today instead of Greg. I think because I play violin, I got the task of talking about a lease for KWACs. These are, as Trustee Carey referenced, very low dollar value contracts, but because they extend over 20 years under the delegation, they belong to the trustees, and so that's why they're before you. We operate, the significant classical music station in Oregon. Frankly, it's one of the most significant in the country, in my view. We are obligated under FCC regulations to provide a signal in many parts of the state of Oregon that requires us to lease space on various entities' cell towers or radio towers on mountaintops around the state. And those leases are coming up. So Purchasing and Contracting Services is in the process of renegotiating those leases over the course of the next several months. Actually, a couple may extend further than that in negotiations. We're looking in this resolution for authority to enter into those leases. We haven't given a specific dollar authority for the individual leases, largely because we're still negotiating many of them. We don't want to be in a position of having you approve a price that we haven't yet negotiated. So the resolution actually aggregates the value at $350,000 as the outside for all of the leases put together. So a yes vote on this resolution authorizes Purchasing and Contracting Services to go forward with these entities and put these leases in place and keep KWACs on the air. I can answer any questions.
So I have one question on the spectrum. Does the university own any of the spectrum, or?
That's a good question, Trustee Boyle. I have to look at. I know we lease it, and I know that we are subject to FCC regulations with respect to KWACs and also KWVA, operated on campus, a student-run radio station. I leave Brian Derringer and my team to negotiate FCC stuff because it makes my head explode.
I know there's significant value in some of those spectrums, so I don't know what our rights are, what the value that would endure to the university.
Very good question as to whether there's value there. It's certainly not anybody's approached us and made us an offer for it. And frankly, given, I think, the importance of KWAX and one of the very interesting things that our communications team presents to the state of Oregon, we celebrate the fact that we've got that station and it does what it does.
Kevin, if at some point radio is no longer broadcast in the way that it is today and it's only online, do we have I know it's small dollar value, but is there like a opt-out or of these contracts?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can certainly suggest that to our friends at PCS. I do know that
It's actually a question Mr. Boyle had on a briefing call.
what's interesting to me is that the FCC regulations are such that we are expected to deliver the signal, but not just because people want classical music, throughout Western and Central Oregon, but because it's part of the emergency broadcast system. And so the necessity that we are on the air is something the FCC counts on, because if they need to deliver an emergency message someplace in the state, we're available. Our channels are available to do that. And so that's one of the reasons why we're obligated to keep these towers live and functioning. So our ability to just decide that, we're going to go all online tomorrow could create real problems for us, unless, of course, we figure out somebody else that wants to take over that bandwidth. But the long-term planning for KWAX and where we're going with that, I would definitely defer to Richie Hunter, Vice President Hunter, as it belongs to communications to have that vision.
Marcia, as a follow-up to that, Greg Shabram was prepared to answer that question, and current contracts do not envision kind of the end of radio as such that there is that kind of opt-out in the language now, but as Kevin noted, it can be discussed.
Make good osprey nest towers.
Any further discussion, questions? Okay, the resolution is last page of the package, page 68. So we have a motion.
Someone.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, thank you. That is the agenda for the Finance and Facilities Committee meeting. I'm advised by Tim that we have a break until 10:30 because the next meeting isn't noticed until 10:30. So,
Good job.
thank you.
Well done.
Good.
Recording stopped.
And then there's just the question of, do we want $100?
there's snacks, and we're trying to. Good morning. We're going to start the first meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. This is my first time at Gavel, so please bear with me. And we have a new committee, and I just wanted to introduce everybody. Patrick Phillips, Toya Fick, Julia Lowe, Ed Madison, Jenny Olam, and then Dennis Warden, who's not with us today. So this is all brand new to all of us. And we're excited. We have a busy day today with 7 agenda items. We'll get through the first 3 before we have a working lunch with the School of Journalism faculty and staff. And so we'll start today with Janet Woodruff Borden, who's our acting provost. She, as you know, was the vice provost, executive vice provost, dean of the graduate school before that. And so now we'd like to hear how you're doing in your new position.
Good morning, and thank you for having me with you this morning. I'm pleased to join you as acting provost and executive vice president, and also appreciate Patrick's confidence in placing me in that role. I want to assure you that we are very fortunate to have an amazing team in the provost office. So we are weathering this transition well, and I expect we will continue to do that going forward. I thought, since this is my first time with you in a new role, that I would begin with just a little bit of introduction of my background to familiarize you with where I'm coming from and how that relates to my vision for what we're going to accomplish over the coming year. I am a professor of psychology, a clinical psychologist by training, and study the developmental psychopathology of anxiety. What that really means is I study children's brains and their cognitive development and how that puts them at risk for the development of anxiety and related psychiatric disorders. I also bring considerable, I don't want to talk about how many years, but considerable administrative experience to the role. So as mentioned, I served as executive vice provost with Patrick for 3 years, leading and I think modernizing our approach to academic affairs for the institution, and also, as we all remember, leading through much of that time our academic continuity through COVID. Before that, I came to the university 4 years ago as dean of the graduate school. I came from the University of Louisville, most recently, where I was professor of psychological and brain sciences and also an administrator, so a long-term doctoral program director and also an associate dean. I highlight all of those not to show my age, but through them thematically, my focus has been on some things that I brought with me when I came to Oregon, and I plan to continue to focus on while I'm here. The first is inclusive academic excellence. I think that is a principle and a priority and a value that we all share. Also building a community where everyone feels they belong and can thrive. Everyone from undergraduates to faculty. I think that's an important component. And finally, fostering a culture devoted to mentorship for people of all levels at the institution. Mentorship has been a core component of my professional life, working with students and junior colleagues, as well as at systemic levels. It's impressive to see the transformative power that mentorship can have for people across their career. So I am looking forward to the year ahead. My focus is to continue to advance our academic priorities, and I wanted to share with you 4 things that I think we especially need to do in the coming year. The first is to institutionalize our academic initiatives. As you know, those are in various stages of institutionalization, and I think we have a process in place that we can regularize that institutionalization through curricular development, dean and faculty engagement, and integration of diversity and innovation across all of the efforts. Secondly, working with the deans, new and veteran alike, to establish and activate their priorities and visions that align with the university mission. Thirdly, working toward inclusive excellence through our student success efforts and by enhancing our diverse faculty and student recruitment, and most critically, retention efforts. And finally, fourthly, ensuring that the Provost Office continues to provide efficient and effective support to faculty and to the school and college leadership. I'm proud of what we've accomplished in these areas in the last few years. We've built on what's been done historically and I think advanced it well. And I'm committed to continuing our progress in areas such as unit head trainings, faculty development across career stages, and our support of college leadership. I think that scaffolds our system and our community for success. I want to delve into one of those a bit more and share a little more about my thinking on the work with the deans. As you know, we have at least one dean here today. We'll have more later. A dean plays a pivotal role in the university. As I think about it, they're in the middle of everything. They're responsible for communicating and implementing the vision of the university at a local level. That's a challenging job. I've done it. I've seen the challenges associated with it, but it requires a number of skills. That is effective management, administration of the school and college, which depending on its size has hundreds to thousands or dozens to hundreds of faculty and thousands of students, I should say. The dean's expected to foster a positive culture and a positive community around rigorous scholarship and academic integrity. So we're asking them to uphold our institutional values across the core of the mission of their school or college. To all of this, the dean must balance a host of competing needs and interests. At this pivotal moment in the university, I'm very excited that we have a great group of deans to carry these functions out. So earlier this week, my team initiated a conversation with the deans for how to develop, and you'll see my psychology background coming out here, but how to develop concrete, realistic, and measurable goals with related success metrics to which they, as leaders of one of our 8 schools and colleges, can commit to meeting within the next 3 to 5 years. I want them to make real progress in moving the university toward our institutional priorities. So I've asked the deans to articulate their plans for 2 specific things. One is faculty diversity and retention. As you know, this is an area where we need to continue to improve. We need to address both hiring and retention, areas where we have not been as historically successful as I know we all want to be. As direct interventions from the Provost Office, we've done a number of things. We were fortunate to hire a new position, or to create a new position where we hired Troy Elias, an associate professor from our School of Journalism Communication, to serve as the Associate Vice Provost for Diversity and Inclusion. We're also supporting a grant active faculty member to assemble a team to attempt to find funding for retention and programmatic development of underserved faculty. In addition, our provost faculty for mentorship this year will be working with the Black Faculty Collective to create mentoring opportunities as well as additional support for those faculty. We are also focused on hiring initiatives to grow our representation. Those are all centralized efforts. I'm excited about each of them. They work in tandem, and yet we know they're still not enough. So the schools and colleges also need to contribute to our success in this area. So I'm committed to working with the deans to explore and improve their own communities and cultures. Secondly, I've asked the deans to focus on student success. I know this is an institutional priority coming from you as the board as well, ranging from equitable student achievement to timely graduation to career readiness. While what this looks like can and should vary by program of study, it still varies too much by our students' backgrounds. One thing is certain, our schools and colleges have a tremendous role to play in improving our outcomes here. You'll soon hear from Kimberly Johnson on her initiatives in this space. In terms of the deans, we're asking them to think about how their individual school or college's unique academic strengths can support our goals for becoming the university of the future for our students. This challenges the traditional university structure and calls for true interdisciplinarity. That's a model that we're asking them to move toward and to think creatively with us about. We need to be adaptive and responsive and focused on making our students ready for the careers they choose, as well as to being informed, educated citizens of the global world we're sending them out to. Our deans are well positioned to help us think creatively about how to break through the silos of tradition and identify ways for them and their faculty to bolster this work. My expectation is also that this exercise is one in which the deans engage their faculty or staff. This is not a solo activity sitting in your office typing away. But I think it's a time for the university to think creatively as a body of faculty and a body of leaders, or to leverage their recent strategic plans where they've already done that. And you're going to have a good example of that later this afternoon when Juan Carlos Molleda, our Dean of Journalism and Communication, presents his strategic plan to you and the success that they're having. In fact, we're going to invite at least one dean to come to your meetings to share this with you over the course of the next few meetings. Last, the priority planning is an opportunity for the deans to think about how to maximize their partnerships with each other and strategize with colleagues from around the institution, folks you hear from regularly, SSEM, University Advancement, Communications, and others. I want the deans to make full use of the expertise and resources also found in our divisions of graduate studies, global engagement, the libraries, and more. This is truly a time where the institution can come together for the betterment of our students. I'd like to share with you that our newest dean, Chris Paulson, is now on campus. I had the pleasure of meeting with him yesterday. He joined our team on September 1st as the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. Most recently, as some of you know, Chris served as Associate Dean for Natural Sciences in, I have to read this one because it's wordy, the College of Literature, Science, and the Arts at the University of Michigan, and was a professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences and Climate and Space Sciences. So we thought we had long titles. Chris brought a long one with him. His administrative leadership and his expertise in climate change and the environment will obviously be tremendous assets to the university. I look forward to introducing Chris to you in person at an upcoming meeting. I think you're going to enjoy getting to know him. In closing, as we prepare for the start of another academic year, I want to acknowledge the challenges of the last few years, not to think back about what COVID was like. I do think about the challenges now with considerable optimism and hope for the year to come. The pandemic and the associated challenges brought out what I think is truly the best of our community. It also brought out creativity and innovation that we can and should build on. That benefits our students and it benefits the institution. For the first time in 2 years, we're going to start fall, not with management of a pandemic, but with renewed energy and creativity as a community. So I look forward to opportunities to discuss our success and progress in the coming years and to working with you to ensure that we continue to provide the highest quality of academic programs, inclusive excellence, and innovative scholarship. So I thank you for the opportunity to talk with you this morning and look forward to the rest of our meeting together.
Janet, thank you. Exciting stuff coming. Whether it was you in the hot seat or Patrick or anybody, one of my agenda items for this year is sort of a self-study or education of the board, and you actually already started it. Maybe you got the message around deans. I think deans are the mysterious quantity on any campus. So I got probably a dozen questions I would love to ask you, both on the macro level and on the micro level. But so on the macro level, in a nutshell, how would you describe the evolution of deanship over the last, I think 20 years, 15, 20 years, you didn't mention fundraising, for instance. What's the role of the dean in fundraising? Where's the role of the dean in initiatives? Campus is notorious for not being a fast change agent. So, if you're talking about dramatically changing that climate, how's that going to happen? So you can see where I'm.
Absolutely. And I completely agree with the premise of your question, that we do need to be probably a little more faster changing institution as higher education than we have been traditionally. I will say, I think Dean's fundraising is key. It's critical. What I've asked in terms of their planning is that they have large ideas, visions, but also very specifics about how that ties to their fundraising and communication plans, because I think all of those need to be keyed and they need to be associated with the larger institutional mission so that we're all moving together in the same way. In terms of the initiatives, I think that's a fundamentally different model than we have used historically. I think that's the space of innovation and excitement for the institution at this moment. My next step, as I mentioned, the developmental pathway for the initiative, my next step is to engage the deans as the leaders of those initiatives now. I think we're ready. Clearly, we've established that in Balmer. That is the governance structure that we have created for the Balmer Institute, is that there is an executive director, but there is also an executive committee that is composed of the relevant deans associated with the academics of that institute. Those would be the deans of the College of Education, the College of Arts and Sciences. Chris just got here, so we are now ready to move that forward. In terms of the environment, we are also ready for that. And so my request to one of the vice provosts who's working with the initiative, Cass Mosley, was to now convene the deans who are involved in the environmental space. That would be the College of Arts and Sciences. Again, Chris is going to be busy now that he's here, but the College of Arts and Sciences, it would be the law school, it would be the business school. It's almost the entire campus and the environment, obviously, from the spaces that we fill in that space. We're also ready in sport and wellness. And so I think that's the key to leading to interdisciplinarity, is to bring the deans into those conversations, have their visions for their units align with the vision of what that interdisciplinarity does for the institution.
You may have already answered my next question. Then it sounds like with the hiring process, you talk about hiring, you are probably asking fundamentally different questions of candidates than we did 10, 12, 15 years ago. Because sometimes the dean almost looks like a peer principal in operation, that here's somebody that really wants to be in the classroom or academics or research, and now we're telling him to go fundraise, or her, and do all this other administrative stuff. And they'll be dean for 3.5 years, and now it's your turn. So it feels like that's itself is an evolving role on campus.
I think it's an evolving role. It's a vital role. And I think that's one of the reasons that I've asked our team to put so much effort into supporting college leadership. It's because I think it's a very difficult role. I think they're asked to do many tasks. That's why I went through sort of the multiple realities of their job, is that they are asked to oversee faculty, oversee the curriculum, oversee fundraising, oversee communications, and it is the microcosm of the university at a local level. And so all of the tasks we ask of our interim president, in some ways we ask at a different scale of each of our deans. And so we ask them to be thinking about all of those pieces, but in the context of that larger vision. And I think we have been, I'm a relative newcomer to this institution. So when I first got here, my first reaction was, this is the most siloed, separated place I think I may have ever been. And part of the natural evolution of the institution is some of those silos must decrease. And academically, for our students, and to provide innovative, cutting-edge education that students want and benefit from and are the citizens we need in the world, we must transform. And I think it is that transformation that brings the deans together that allows us to truly innovate. And I think that's what we're asking them to do now in a very different way. They're a great group to do it with. I will say they're creative, innovative, exceptionally smart people who I think are poised to be very successful in this space.
Thank you. Does anybody else have some questions or comments?
So what's the tenure of our dean population?
We appoint deans for 5 years, and we have recently reappointed one of our deans for another 5-year term, and he is our most senior dean. So Juan Carlos, who you will meet, is at this moment, our elder statesman of the dean cohort. So I would say most deans probably will not serve more than 10 years. And it is a tough job, and many have aspirations to move on to other positions as well.
Are there developmental plans for deans? In other words, dean starts out as formerly a professor, moves up. So how do we help them get better? And do we have institutional buildings like that?
Yeah, it's a great question that you're asking. I think the career path to being a dean varies. The career path to being provost or president varies even more. So you're right. Most are professors, then move into their deanships. The one thing I will say is that, and speaking for myself as well, faculty members are not trained to be administrators. And so working with new administrators on how to be an effective administrator is a very important thing. So it includes things like budgeting. Jamie and her group and others do an amazing job of walking through at a scale that is understandable to people who are not used to budgeting. They're also not used to fundraising, and so our advancement team is great in that space as well. So I think there's a scaffolding of administrative skills that are necessary to be successful that are important. And so I also think those skills are important for people who become department heads too. That's a level of management that is really overlooked in most institutions, and those are simply faculty members who willingly agree to lead their colleagues. It's a difficult job, and people come into it with zero administrative skills. So scaffolding that work has been one of the things we've focused a lot on in the last couple of years to help that management level learn to be managers, because that role is much more difficult than just being a faculty member.
But if I'm a new dean, is there a dean ability class I go take somewhere?
No, we don't have a Dean 101 class, unfortunately, but I do think we have the scaffolding components that you would want in that class. The provost, Patrick, before me, also meets regularly with the deans, and part of that is the mentorship at an individual level to help deans learn to do their jobs well.
I also get the sense by the line of questioning that people come into these roles, oh, I was, teaching and then now I'm dean. That's not the way that it happens. Almost every dean has been an associate dean. They've had it's deep and significant administrative experience at some level. They've been able to see, obviously we interview our deans, and the ones that we've hired most recently, Chris Paulson and Adrian Parr. Adrian was a dean at another university before she came here. Chris, as Janet already laid out, was an associate dean at one of the top-ranked public universities in the country. So I think and there's questions about development. That is something that we have been working on, and Mike Andreessen has been restructuring his group, and I think we can have more intentionality and more clarity about that as we move forward.
Well, and let me interrupt one sec.
Please.
Part of my questioning is around supporting student success. I think means you need strong faculty and deanship. This is the Student Academic Affairs Committee, and I consider that as faculty success and dean leadership success too, as something that I'd like to see us look forward in that same measured and very focused way. So the way you started this, I find really positive, and to be able to say to somebody, how are you fostering that collaborative? How's it feeling? Is it different, whether it's in public or at dinner or something like that? Those side conversations I find really valuable. And how do we support? I think it's part of retention, right? Whether it's around diversity or whatever. It's just like, how do we keep somebody who's really strong in that role? So, sorry.
I will say that I would love to, at some point in time, bring our Associate Vice Provost for faculty and leadership development. With Patrick's support, we renamed and refocused her position so that what she does for our university is to provide training for faculty and unit heads throughout their careers, so that they can be successful in their roles. So that training ranges from how to do your job at a very micro level to how to deal with conflict, how to deal with complaints, how to deal with diversity issues, and how to listen.
Yeah.
And I think the expansive nature of those trainings has been to our faculty's benefit.
We'll talk to Tim about connecting with you and
Terrific.
having her come, because that would be, like you were saying, the mystery of the deans, and it sounds to us like the success of the deans is success for our students. So we want to work hand in hand with those two.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions for Janet?
If I could just say one thing, because we were just commenting, the meeting's a little upside down because of the committees. I do want to reach out and thank Janet for taking this role. It's so gratifying to have someone on that side of the table express the vision. It gets to the interdisciplinary nature of everything, all the vice presidents, the provosts, the deans. We all have to work together for the common good of the university, and that is the overall philosophy. Janet also slightly undersold her background because she was the point person for all faculty relations, promotion, tenure, of course, but also through the union. And so she brings really a huge depth of experience and a philosophy of supporting everybody in their success. And I'm just so grateful as interim president to have a provost that can serve me better than the previous provost served the other president. So it's an unusual situation. So I'm very grateful for Janet's partnership as we move forward. It's all part of the general theme of there is no loss of momentum. There's just deep expertise and commitment to the work that we've been doing over the last number of years.
Thank you for your leadership, Janet, and we're going to look forward to hearing a lot from you, and from you a lot this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is the next generation of student success, particular career readiness that I know we've all been interested in hearing more about and excited about. Kimberly Johnson will be coming forward, Vice Provost for Undergraduate Education and Student Success. Bruce Flanagan, Interim Dean of the Lundquist College of Business. And Paul Timmons, Executive Director of our University Career Center.
Good morning. It's good to see you all in Portland. This is such a nice treat. This is my first time, so thank you for asking us to as well as your new deanship.
Anytime.
We're really excited to talk with you about not only the next generation of student success, but a particular group that I highlighted a little bit at the last time, briefly, that I saw you all in regards to thinking about the career outcomes and experiences for our students. So I'm just going to do a little bit of a reminder and quickly kind of go through just to make sure that everyone is grounded in the work that we've been doing since we've created our definition of student success. The last time that I met with you all, I highlighted 4 priority areas for the next generation of student success. That student retention and success, which is really building upon all the activities that we've done around not only retention and graduation, but thinking about how do we move the work that that we're doing forward and doing it in ways that it's not just happening on pockets, but it's happening all across campus. The other is the work we'll go in more detail about transformative student experiences. The third is really emphasizing achieving equitable outcomes. This has always been at the foundation of our work, but as we're moving forward and thinking about student success, it's about how can we really target the work, not only in the wraparound services that we do, but a better understanding of the data, practices, and accountability for us as an institution. And the last is a theme that I think you'll just continue to hear throughout senior leadership administration is just institutionalizing the work that we do around student success in particular, and tying it not only in pockets and divisions, but the entire campus, from the staff to the faculty to alumni and to all of our community partners. So a little bit more grounding. I've outlined a new governing structure for student success, which entails heavy engagement all across campus, deep embedded guidance and support from our senior leadership to ensure that we're all on the same page, and invoking the trust that we're going to be doing this work together as a campus. The launching of this academic year will be the Student Success Council, which will be our portion of accountability for the work that we're doing and ensuring that all across campus, the people are aware of the work of student success, how they feed into the work of student success, and then how we actually can improve our work. So that's just a little bit about the grounding and the different priority groups. But we are here to talk about the career elements and saying that the work that we do, I want to make sure that when we talk about career or transformative student experiences, it really is recognizing that there's so many different things that feed into our students graduating and thriving post-graduation. It's what happens in the classroom, it's what happens at an experiential level, whether that's study abroad, whether that's them learning about how to apply the skills and gaining the resources that they have, and then the traditional things that we think about all the time about internships and other kinds of things. This is just a very brief summary of the charges of our subgroup. We had a really intensive experience over spring term, a wonderful group of campus colleagues all across campus. And really our goal was to assess what is happening around career-related elements or areas that are transformative types of high impact experiences for our students. We looked at colleges and schools, units and departments, and even student employees on our campus, and how we are actually feeding into that growth and experience. And one of the things that I think that our committee was really inspired to see is that there actually is a lot going on. And I think it is our sort of duty as an institution to make it much easier for us to understand what's happening and then help our students access those and then build upon the things that are successful. So we looked at national best practices, we looked at things that are successful, we looked at some of the challenges for us to be aligned and have the resources necessary for us to do the work, and even the direction. So, you know, it's one of those things that we have a lot of caring people who want to do great work. And so how do we actually do it together and not separately? So that was a really a large element of our charge. And then just some more sort of outlining, just to get a sense of where we're at. As part of our group, we convened in March. Since March, we met weekly, over 90 minutes. Sometimes we would meet twice in a week. We brought in 20 different speakers and presenters, whether that's nationally or on campus. We completed an inventory across campus, which we received almost 200 responses of the different kinds of activities that are feeding into career development related experiences, either at the faculty level or the direct student input level. And then through that process, we really started to prioritize what we see as the ways in which that we can expand our work and align our work. We approached it in a spirit of aspirational thinking, as a way so that for us not to be limited about the possibilities and not just be sort of grounded in what we think might be possible tomorrow, but what might be possible in 10 years, 20 years. And from that, we came with a variety of recommendations, strategies, strategies and tactics for our senior leadership to review and begin our process to think about what will be our next steps as we think about this work. So that's just a little bit of a highlight of what we did in our process. This is a listing of our membership. As you can see, we had representatives from all of our areas. I think one of the things in my committee members who are here can share, it was a lot of really great conversations and colleagues who are dedicated to this work. And for me, for student success, that's always really inspiring to see that. And along with having student representation as part of this, which was really critical to gather that.
Large group, were you able to build consensus easily?
We were. I mean, a lot of it, because it was aspirational, we could think outside of what some of the limitations might be. I think, now we're at the point when decisions are made, that's where, I think that there are different ways that people think about. So, from the faculty perspective, what they want to see might be different than, say, maybe a direct student career service area. But what I would say is that there's overall consensus with the priorities that we came with, that those were the top priorities that we knew that we wanted to sort of put our hat on to say, hey, this is what we really need to do as an institution.
You're concerned about any stumbling blocks then getting to execution?
I think it's a part of a long strategic process. That's how I sort of envision and think about student success is you want to have an inclusive experience where people are contributing to the idea and see that there is a goal that we're trying to get towards. And I think as long as we're sort of engaging and getting feedback and showing how we're making decisions and how we really want to be measured with the work that we do, that we can see some positive outcomes for it. But for a large institution, I think it is challenging, and there likely will be some tensions because some area really wants to have their thing be focused on, but I really try to do our work in being student centered and thinking about what we can contribute positively as faculty and staff and colleagues for our students. So.
Yeah, if I could just speak briefly, if that's okay. Obviously, this great group of people, this is why actually I encourage Kimberly to include this slide to show how comprehensive and inclusive the process has been. At the end of the day, this comes up as a report with potential sets of recommendations, the way that we'll be treating all of these kinds of things, bring it to senior leadership. We have to align it with priorities and fiscal realities, make strategic investments that will move this forward. Student success in this next phase of engaged work is going to be a priority for the coming year. And so we will be rolling out actions, but we're not quite ready to say what those are going to be.
I think this diversity also shows that we're going to have more consistency again, like we were talking about different things. If we are all the deans and the schools and the colleges are looking at things using the same metrics, then it's much easier for all of us to see our successes, whether it's with faculty or students.
I just want to highlight some of the findings, and Bruce and Paul will sort of take some focused topic areas just to give you a sense about some of the thinking and what's happening sort of nationally, and the needs are sort of on the ground. But one of the biggest realities is that it's always been an expectation of students and families that that they hope that they're going to graduate, and when they graduate, the degree is going to go towards something that they sort of dreamed and hoped. Right? I think that's not new. I think the stakes have definitely risen. And for us as an institution to be successful in not only our recruitment and our retention, but for us to be able to deliver on the promise and expectation that families and guardians and students have. And there's a lot of pressure in us being able to really identify how do we actually contribute to positive career outcomes for our students. The other pressure that we're seeing is that we're having a different sort of change in generation and expectation, and that doesn't necessarily mesh all the time with what employers are expecting. And so we have to have a better understanding about what are the things that are changing, and how are we as an institution preparing our students to really understand how they're thinking and how they're applying what they're learning, whether it's in the classroom or through the experiences, how that might translate to the actual environment of the workplace. And then the other piece is just ensuring that we want to make sure that every student at the U of O has an opportunity to connect to these experiences or know about these experiences. And there isn't this sort of scenario where, based on a student's background and understanding, that they don't have access to incredible opportunities. And so we have to pay attention to it, we have to track it, and we have to see how we can actually move the needle in some of those areas. And that comes from actually understanding what the data says for us. And so that's a space that's really exciting because we've been able to make some progress on how we can sort of attain some of that information. And then the other last piece is just ensuring that we do have some consistency so that we also, again, are not in this sort of have-not scenario where if a student is in one school in college, they get a certain kind of experience and opportunity, and a student in another doesn't. And so, you know, it's something that different field areas are different, and there's sort of different things that are happening in industry, but we still want to ensure that our students have access to information and opportunities.
Kimberly, I saw a presentation in my work the other day from a group called BASTA out of New York, and they work with predominantly Black and Brown low-income students on helping them find their first job. And one of the key things that they talked about, like their data set shows that exposure to careers is like the #1 determinant. It's not actually GPA or even internships. It's really exposure to 3 or more industries and having knowledge related to that. There's just a big difference between whether someone gets a good first job. And so I'm curious, do we have, you know, are we doing anything related to that to try to increase exposure for students to have, you know, to know it? Right now, it seems like at least a lot of low-income students, healthcare is an area that they know about. Doesn't always, you know, lead to the outcomes they personally want in their life. So I'm just wondering, are we doing any work on that front?
Yeah, and I'll say just a few things and see if Paul has anything to add to it. We did submit for a grant to the Strata Foundation last year to do some work around it, and we were funded. And that program is called Ducks Rise. That basically is a program that does that kind of work with exposure, and we partnered with the Portland Internship Experience for students to participate in that. And we've now submitted phase 2 of that grant for an expansion. That would be a 3-year expansion, and you know, we're hopeful in that area, but it has helped us think about how do we leverage areas that we know that we actually can do this work. And so part of that proposal is looking closely at Pathway Oregon and Diversity, Excellence Scholarship students, and knowing that we actually might not be able to, you know, do the same thing for 20,000 students, but we can have some targeted work around that. And that piece is really exciting. And the last piece that I'll say is that I am working on the Student Voices Bill Task Force that's coming out of the state. One of those areas is around wraparound services and programs, and one of the emphasis is around career. And so all of the state institutions in Oregon are advocating around added resources to address things like exactly what you're talking about. So those are some new spaces. I think it's been an area that there's been pockets that this has sort of happened, but I think it's much more present in terms of how do we actually do this work. There's great work happening, but I think it's just in small pockets specifically for that. I don't know, Paul, if you wanted to.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to hand it off really soon. I'm going to stop talking, I promise. But I did want to share. I mean, for me, it's so important to demonstrate the work and the visioning that came out of it. And, you know, I think for anything that we do, having a vision for who we want to be and how we want to do our work helps us set the path to then sort of knock the things down so that we can do it. And so we came with a vision for the success of how we'd want to see in the long term of the work at the University of Oregon is that that at some point we can say as an institution that we are able to help our students graduate with strong career readiness foundations to launch their career journey. We are we have been doing that work. How do we do it stronger? How do we do it more consistently? That we as an institution are looking at our infrastructure and we're supporting the work and aligning the work so that we are on the same page, so it allows students an opportunity to know what offerings that they have and they see themselves doing this work. The other, which was a huge area that Bruce will talk a little bit more about, is just around looking at our curriculum and key curricular areas as a way for us to have students be able to explore career competencies and integrating it with their experiences as they're growing and developing in their time period at the U of O. And the other is, as an institution, if we want to be on the same page, that we actually are understanding best practices. We are using the same language. We're able to assess using the same sort of context and metrics. And for us to do that, we have to be on the same page in order for us to be able to set our goals. So I'm gonna transition, so do a little bit of a deep dive with Paul. So thanks, Paul.
Kimberly, to pick up a little bit on what Marcia was saying, the scariest speech I ever had to give was to the history undergraduate graduation class and all their parents, because they're all looking at each other and saying, what are you going to do with that degree? And you know, I gave some platitudes because I think you can do a lot with a history degree, but I don't know that we showed them all those things. And so fill in the blank of any of the, to me, the liberal arts side of what we're doing is really critical. And it's easier to think about career readiness in applied academics, but it's that group that's really important too. And if my recollection is, psychology is our biggest graduating class. So are they really all out there getting jobs in that field? So I'm just sort of curious how that all fits.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, I think I'll address that as I'm kind of going and getting started here. I mean, there's a lot I could say about that. I've worked with liberal arts career development basically my whole career. And, you know, we need to have students confidently realize that they're getting both disciplinary knowledge and a broad suite of career competencies that they're going to use. But the problem is we have work to do to kind of get them started on that path of discovery. And that's a lot of what I think our committee learned as we did our work. And I was so appreciative of the work that Kimberly did to get such a broad group together, because I feel like one of the ways for us to really move the needle with regard to our career outcomes is to make sure career stuff isn't siloed in the career center. I mean, I want us to have a strong career center, but I want us to have, more importantly, a kind of a culture that supports career readiness in other places as well. As I was getting ready for this presentation, I came across a link that I put on my slide there, which is there's a group called the University Innovation Alliance, which people are probably familiar with, which they include public research institutions, a group of them across the country. And they just did a project focused on career readiness, where they tasked some of their campuses with being incubators for coming up with new ideas on how do you really weave career in so that students experience it during their time throughout, so that they get equitable career readiness, not just career readiness for some, but career readiness for all, acknowledging that some of our students from low income, from first-gen populations, from our students of color, oftentimes have barriers that are in front of them that we want to help them address. And I think for me as the Career Center director, there are two parts of the equation to moving ahead. One is we need to continue looking for ways of building our career support for students, having cutting edge new services. But a challenge that we face, even as we keep building, is that too often students don't access the services that are available for them. So I think helping them access those services might be because they encounter barriers, but also there's an analogy that sometimes we use of, if you think of retirement planning, right? I mean, even if people have the means to save for retirement, they know it's a good idea. Too often they don't do it, or they reflect back and think, I wish I would have thought more about that earlier. I encounter the same thing with students thinking about careers. They come to me at graduation time and say, I wish I would have connected with your office earlier. So on the slide here, I think our committee learned a lot about how to not have career siloed in the Career Center, but look for ways of developing a career readiness culture. We want to have clear messaging that students encounter, realizing that this isn't something you wait until graduation. This career readiness is our promise to you. We promise you will be career ready when you graduate from here. But at the same time, that promise brings with it some tasks that we're going to expect students to do. We're going to expect you to work on it while you're here. We want students to start earlier, that students need to get going on career readiness during their first year on campus. Make steady progress throughout. We do have an interest inventory that our students now have access to that helps them think about their own interests and then how UO majors align with those interests and what are some careers that are out there that are connected with those as well. So that helps our liberal arts students or anyone start to envision what success might look like. We need to keep working on helping students understand how they're building career competencies throughout their education. They're not just a major, they are someone who is also in a part-time job, in a student leadership role on campus. In all of these places, they are building the competencies that employers tell us they want: teamwork, problem solving, communication skills. But too often students don't realize what they're building throughout, and by the time they graduate, they aren't prepared to talk about them in an interview. So we need to help students get better at realizing that they're building career competencies throughout their UO education. Internships are critical, but we know our students face barriers to getting internships or other meaningful career readiness experiences. But everyone should graduate with an internship, a research experience with a faculty member, a meaningful leadership experience on campus, something that's going to be on their resume, which really has helped them shape what their skills are, but they've also connected it to their academic learning. But there are barriers to finding internships. There are too many that are unpaid, and our students are busy. It's hard to fit these things in, so we have to help them put it all together. We need to leverage our alumni and employer networks to teach our students about opportunities that are out there. To the question earlier about, yeah, that's exactly right. We need to help students visualize what careers they could achieve with their psychology major or their history major. And our alumni and our employer networks can be powerful allies in that. And then finally, like I think I've said earlier, career support can't be woven into, it has to be woven into everything we do on campus and not just siloed in the Career Center. We need to have a strong career center, but if that's all we have and career readiness isn't thought of throughout the institution, we won't get to where we need to be. And that's both outside the classroom and inside of it. And the inside of it part is what Bruce is going to talk about next.
Thanks. I see Tim fidgeting there. I thought he was coming over to give me the hook. So, so I'm going to try and be quick. But say, I've been at the university for 27 years. I started in 1995, and I keep saying when dinosaurs roamed the earth. But there's a major disconnect that I've puzzled about a long time, which is students come in and say, I need to get a job. Parents are like, they need to get a job. I'm first gen. That's how I felt about it. And then they show up at Paul's shop or Kimberly's shop, senior year, spring term, especially on the career side. What is going on? And it's really, related to Paul's retirement thing. And as a social scientist, thinking about human behavior, as an economist, it's like, what are they incentivized? What is our incentive system at the academy? It's grades and degrees. That's it. What's that?
Just offer free pizza and get them all.
No, it doesn't work. I tried this as an undergraduate director. You know what worked? So I offered free pizza. I did everything. You know what worked? I said, I had a group of students I was teaching that term. I said, if you come to this guest speaker, I had 3 alumni. I was tired of having 3 alumni and 5 students. And I said to my class of 80 students, if you come, I will pass around a list and you'll get 2 extra credit points. 500 total points in the class, mind you. 2 points. 2/3 of them showed up. It's amazing, right? Grades and degrees. That's what incentivizes them. And so that's why, and who's really central to that? Faculty, right? So that the faculty are giving, the grades, they're around curriculum and degrees. So faculty are key advisors. So we have to build this into our incentive system. And so Paul and I have really partnered a lot. Kimberly's been an amazing partner on the academic advising piece of it, but Paul and I have thought a lot about the career readiness and how to actually get it into the curriculum. Maybe I'll skip the first bullet point, but because the last two are things that we've actually done, which is, convening faculty to develop best practice models and templates for adding career readiness exercises to our courses. Okay, yes, sorry. That is a bullet point I wrote.
That's a really good website.
It is amazing, and I want to, again, kudos to Janet and her staff because they have an amazing teaching and learning center there. They convene faculty around topics. One of them, Paul and I proposed it, say, can we start to build career readiness exercises into classes and get faculty involved in doing that? They were very excited, came up with an amazing group to do that. It turns out, as we were doing that, the college that I'm now leading, Lundquist, had already started to work on this and even got faculty buy-in across their whole college to build it in at key points. So Business 101 now has a mandatory career readiness exercise where they have to go through and work on a resume. And you can actually use technology to help yourself here. They have to get it to a point where they get a 70 score out of 100 on their resume and push their resume further. But it's graded. It is graded. It counts. And the faculty were behind that and understood that. So that's really an amazing program. They had 3,600 students all do this last year. These are all the folks, the top 10%, they show up at Paul's shop. It's the murky middle, along with the mysterious deans that don't show up. So how do you just compel them to do those types of things to keep moving themselves along and structure that? And again, I would say I could give you a whole lecture on neuroscience. I won't. But anybody who has 18, 20-year-olds, you don't know how to organize yourself very well at that stage. That's actually, Patrick could tell us, Janet could tell us more about the neuroscience around that. So we have to help structure their way through that. We also created a career readiness course where in the social sciences, where it's a 2-credit course. It gets them ready. And then if they do a 2-credit internship, that counts as one of their electives for their degree in economics and political science and sociology. So that's how I think we have to build it in. That's where I've put a lot of my energy. So
Bruce, is that something that could be implemented as a first year thing? Everybody, all freshmen would take a
that's
career
the
readiness?
first bullet point. Thank you. You are amazing. You got me right back to the bullet point I skipped, which is we are in conversations around our first year interest group courses, the FIGs, which the majority of our students take. And so you can imagine, can we make sure that, and usually it has some activities, has a 1-credit thing that they do during the week with their instructors that's outside of the normal classroom. Can we work to get them to have a great resume by the end of the first year, right? So that could be a goal that we talked about in our meetings, and we didn't get that specific ultimately, but those are the types of ideas that we were thinking about.
I just have a quick question back to Marcia's question of exposure. What % of our classes offer experiential learning or like externship opportunities so that students get exposure to different things as part of their class?
Yeah, one of the things that we really reviewed in doing our inventory is that we don't have good data around that because it's not been something that's been tracked, or you have to look at it like what are the measures to say that this counts versus that counts. And that is one of the sort of strategic tactics in our larger recommendations that we have, is that we have to get to a good system of how do we actually understand what is happening and then what is contributing. And so that's where Sungwoo's team in data analytics and those sort of relationships are really important for us to sort of get a better landscape about what is happening.
Kimberly, you brought up, I think Paul mentioned it, about not enough paid internships. One of my questions, and you don't have to answer it directly, is the definitions of internship, even externship, and practicum, because in College of Ed, for instance, practicum is really serious. You do not get paid for that. And when you guys asked me to have an intern, it's like, well, am I paying to teach this person? Because most of it is a burden on me as a business. And so I think if we could capture more of that practicum model, and I think there's some really good templates out there to help a business support a student that you are in fact teaching on the job, I think we'd have more receptivity rather than this worry that you're getting free, am I getting free labor that I have to pay for, that, all those legal things. That was not very clear, but
Ginevra, it'll be interesting, and maybe Jane Gordon later can touch on that with the Portland internship program. She's had responses from employers who took our interns, and it's really interesting to see how very helpful they found those intros as opposed to the teaching. But maybe it's an age thing, or maybe it's a qualifying thing.
Those are masters, right?
No. Okay. Congrats.
Sorry.
So, I mean, I get the issue of a liberal arts education with people expecting it to be a trade school or something. So, how many unhappy customers are there? In other words, of the graduating class, what percent say, the goddamn university sold me something that was not, I didn't get what I was supposed to get? Do we have unhappy customers?
No.
Yeah, I mean, what I don't know. I don't know about the unhappy customers part of it. I mean, I think our we do a first destination survey that tracks what are students doing 6 months after graduation is kind of the national standard. So there's always a lag in us getting results. So the most recent data that has been produced was from the class of 2021. At that time, 82%, 6 months after graduation, the study found that 82% of them were employed or in grad school or doing something that was kind of career oriented. So I'd like to see us improve that.
Students reporting, students choose
students
to report.
self-reporting, and it's Dr. Renee Delgado Riley is the director of research and assessment in Division of Student Life. What she does is have students self-report. She also does a social media data scrape to kind of get information from LinkedIn and so forth. So it's not entirely self-report, but there's that's a little bit of a sense of there's some students that were still looking, and so I'd love to have that number go higher. Have more than 82%.
It's more a question of those that are still looking. How many blame the university for the?
I don't think we have information on that per se, but I think it's a good thing. If I could just briefly talk philosophically to get at that, because there's two sides of this trade school thing. So that the career success is really an important component. Part of the unhappy customer part is the cost of education keeps going up. And this is a national conversation. It's not a U of O conversation, because there are active forces in this country that are telling people that higher education is not worth it. That is false on every possible metric. That is the wrong statement, but it doesn't mean that it's not expensive. You already saw that 42% of our income comes from out-of-state tuition. That's $250,000 for an out-of-state student, so it's a lot of money. On the other hand, you have this aspirational institution. We have faculty. I'm not in the trade school business. That's not why we run a university. So I just want us to remember our core mission, which is to maximize human potential. That's how I think about it. And that means we expect this, or we build in this intellectual awakening of students, the self-reflection of who they're going to be as they mature. And part of the maximizing human potential is to make sure that we're setting them up on a trajectory of success for their whole lives. And that gets back to Bruce's thing. It's not about the grade in this class, and it's not about graduation. It's the launch of that, and how do we lift up the whole trajectory of a student's life. And that's what we are not measuring now very well. But that's where the data analytics team has now been charged. What do we need to do to start understanding that what that is? It helps us assess what we're doing, but it also makes it more transparent to everybody in the community, especially our students, that this is what it actually means to be successful. But I don't want us to ever lose the fact that as a major research university, that we're in the business of enlightenment of people and the world, and that has huge value for an engaged democracy, all those kinds of things. So it's not either or, but this is part of the whole of what it is to be the whole student that's successful for your whole life and uniquely successful after coming to the University of Oregon.
So, yeah, is there one area that is coming to light that says, geez, if we just had more X, students would have a better result? Is there any one thing that?
No, I'm not going to just say one thing. I mean, I would say overall, a shared agreement about what we should be doing as an institution is probably the number one thing that we should be doing as an institution, whether that's focused on supporting, the faculty to have a better understanding or providing more actual direct resources. And so, I think that that's just an ongoing, I'm going to transition because I know it's going to be time, as an ongoing conversation that our senior leadership, I think, really now begins, now that we've handed over our work to really identify what is the best investment and strategy that we should make, because there are 5 overarching areas that we know are really critical for that work. So I'm going to transition as now that we've looked at it, we've transitioned it to senior leadership to be able to evaluate the findings, really codify the recommendations to understand how this work can move forward, our priorities as an institution. There's a cost-benefit analysis that has to occur about what do we invest in, what do we need to align and adapt, and then move forward with having our actual priorities. So that's work that's going to be occurring this fall, and there'll be more to come from senior leadership and our group on this work. So,
can I just ask a quick question about the students who don't come until the spring of last year? Do we know what they were doing in the meantime, right? Like I think about kids who are working to get through school, paying for helping families and other things like that. It's not just a lack of wanting to do it. Maybe there are other things happening. Do you have data about what they're doing the 3.5 years before they get to your office?
No, honestly, I think it's everyone is unique, and there are some that, yes, I know have those other barriers that we have to help them kind of fit everything together. But I mean, I was standing at the table at the Alumni Association does like a little kickoff event for graduating seniors. So last June, I was kind of staffing a career table. All of our services in the Career Center are open to alumni for a year after graduation. So, we kind of try to spread the message to them that we're here to support you. But just the number of them that kind of came up and kept saying to me, "Oh, I wish I would have come in earlier." I don't think that there was anything stopping them other than they had other things going on. They had life to live and other priorities, and school's job one. So they're doing well in their classes, and that's why the more we can bake this into their experience, so they don't have to opt in,
right,
but they sort of encounter it throughout.
Yeah.
That's how we get to equitable career readiness for all.
Exactly.
It seems like the integration of at the Tyson building itself to integrate advising and career. I mean, that ought to be fluid. It seems to me and seems like that's got some great potential for us.
And I'm sure very different, like you were saying, a freshman's not coming in thinking career in particular. So there's got to be the right steps along the way to keep them engaged in thinking career readiness, but not before they're like, I'm not thinking about that.
And not getting overwhelmed.
and I will say that it's very similar to just college knowledge. Now it's having social capital to understand. You might have had a student who's worked their entire 4 years, but maybe they never thought about actually changing the job that they have and sort of leveraging it, or even how to translate it into interviewing. And I think the thing that I would probably see the most in terms of our seniors, or a lot of mentorship that I have, is just not knowing how to actually apply for it. And then if we think about populations that maybe don't have access, or they haven't necessarily seen it, or they have people in their family who are sort of looking at opportunities, you sort of go with what you know. And you go with what's immediate. And I've seen so many of our students who go with what's immediate, and there's not a career trajectory for them. And then there's a feeling 2 or 3 later that they're kind of stuck and don't know what to do. And so that's where I think it's most important for us to really sort of help loosen that up and do some guiding so that they really can land and know how to use all that they've learned and then grow from there.
I will mention that in that class, or classes where they have to do a career readiness exercise, and it's part of the grade, 70% said they were so thankful, and they said, I wouldn't have done this without this assignment. And yet, over 70% said they would definitely recommend, this class to their friends. So that and this is in the business school, right? So where, I think career aspirations are most top of mind for those students, right? There's a selection effect there. So
Is there ever a point in their first year or first year as a transfer that we ask a student, are you going to have to work while you're here? And then if so, how do you then align that work with your career goals to what you're talking about?
The newest thing that we've implemented is Vita Navis, which is the sort of inventory assessment. And Paul, his team from University Career Center and the Texan College of Career Advising have looked at a roadmap of how to do some of that work and how to integrate in that conversation. But there's still a long way to go, I think, and can be, kind of how that conversation goes. And you need the follow-up because it's not just one conversation. And so I think that's sort of the next level that we really need to be at as an institution.
I can add on to that. I think that's where the advising support that we give our students is so critical, right? That part-time job that you get can help you build career readiness. And if we can help you be intentional about making those choices, how does that scaffold onto the next part-time job you'll get the next year or the internship you'll get after that? So getting students to start early and make those choices. But that's where having strong advisors ready to support students makes such a difference. So impactful.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Bruce, and thank you, Kimberly. We're really excited that student success isn't ending at graduation, that it's going forward, and we're going to look forward to looking at your metrics, watching your success, and how we kind of define career readiness for our students. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, for our third point today, we have Diane Tawakio, who is going to talk to us about the Student Code of Conduct changes. This is an action. She's an Associate Dean of Students. So Diane, if you can come forward and tell us about your work. I know we have been, the committee has been working on updating the Student Code of Conduct over the last few years. A lot of work has been done. I know you haven't been with us a long time, so you've inherited some of this, but I know this is a revision to an action that we feel needs to be done in regards to student misconduct.
Sorry, let me grab this. All right.
I joined the University of Oregon, you're right, very recently. And so I joined in October of last year. I spent the last 12 years at UCLA, so very similar school to the University of Oregon. And when I arrived here, I jumped right into the work of the Student Conduct Advisory Committee. And the two proposed changes that was the result of the work that they did this year were things that they keyed in on very quickly. And so my first meeting with them, they had already had these proposed changes in mind. And so let's see here. And so they did this work. They met 10 times between October and May. And really the work that they did during these meetings was to really hammer out, what is the philosophy of student conduct, that they wanted to influence in these changes, and also, hammer out this language. And so the membership of the Student Conduct Advisory Committee made up of faculty, students, and staff. What's important to note is that these subgroups were appointed by their respective governing bodies. And so the faculty members of this committee were appointed by the Faculty Senate, the students by ASUO, and staff members by the OA Council. And those appointments were then approved by the university president. And so just to give a quick overview of these updates, I'll talk more about this faculty resolution process in a bit. I realize that we don't have a separate slide related to the definition of cheating and unauthorized collaborations. I'll talk about that now, but just to give you an overview of what the committee spent their time talking about this past year. Specifically, I'll start with, revising the definition of cheating. And that was specifically around, the inclusion of the phrase unauthorized collaboration in that definition, where there is no clarification as to what unauthorized collaboration is. There is just an assumption that many students and faculty, make their own assumptions about because it's there without further definition. Its inclusion in the definition of cheating also seemed to suggest to many that, thinking about unauthorized collaboration in the context of in-class, or remote exercises like exams, like quizzes, where the term cheating, the term cheating is associated with those type of exercises. But in order to extract, by extracting unauthorized collaboration from that definition of cheating, we wanted to broaden. We wanted to explicitly name what unauthorized collaboration was and also broaden its use in the context of adjudicating student conduct matters and academic misconduct specifically. And in the definition that was added to the proposed code, unauthorized collaboration is collaborating with others unless given specific permission from faculty to do so. And we wanted to specifically name that because we found that a lot of students were working under the assumption that unless they were told not to collaborate, that therefore they could. And we didn't want to put that onus on faculty to have to name every single thing that would be prohibited in the context of their courses. We also wanted to broaden it so that we could think about unauthorized collaboration and have fruitful conversations with students. When we think about lab reports, think about papers, worksheets, things that people don't necessarily think about in the context of cheating that nonetheless are, incidents of potential academic misconduct. And, really want to address, any concerns that, unauthorized collaboration during an exam, wouldn't then be cheating. That's not necessarily the case. One, we can apply multiple subgroups or multiple sections of the code to an alleged incident of academic misconduct. But the two students who share answers with each other during an exam, versus the student who uses a cheat sheet, during an exam. Those group, each of those students we would view as engaging in academic misconduct on an exam. They would typically get similar outcomes as each other because the behavior occurs in a similar context, but we're just labeling one unauthorized collaboration and naming one cheating. But it doesn't necessarily change what that is academic misconduct, and doesn't change the type of outcomes that those students would typically be facing. And so that was the primary reason why the definition of cheating was revised, because we wanted to further name explicitly and broaden the use of unauthorized collaboration when we address academic misconduct potential violations.
So what percent of the total student body encounters the administration in a bad way? They're accused of some action.
Yeah, I would typically estimate that in a given year, we would see 600 to 800 cases of potential violations of the Student Conduct Code, and then a percentage of that would be academic misconduct. I would say, this is really just sort of a broad estimate, that academic misconduct tends to be the most referred type of potential violation of the code. But it's also, comparable to the numbers that we receive related to, theft or, disruptive behavior. But academic misconduct is a major portion of that 600 to 800 cases that we see in a given year.
Do you expect
Student body.
Yeah. And
Individual cases, not the same person multiple times.
and some of those are, students who have previous incidents.
I think those numbers are somewhat in flux. I mean, we've recently done an analysis of 2 years of data that showed about 15% of the student body touched a student conduct process at some point over a 2-year period. So I think it is higher than 2 to 3%.
Do you expect that number to go up with this change in the unauthorized collaboration language? Because I can see, like, if you have a lab on a Monday and you had or a Tuesday, you had a friend who had it on a Monday, and you can't talk to each other because it wasn't expressly allowed. Is that going to trigger some sort of academic misconduct?
You know, I don't necessarily believe that will change the number of times that faculty members have concerns that academic misconduct may have occurred. It may contribute to, a rise in referrals, but we're prepared for that. As Kevin noted, our numbers tend to be in flux. So, for example, this year, we had a very high number of cases related to, students who failed to do their COVID-19 weekly testing on campus, and in May, April through June, we had an influx of incidents related to alcohol violations, and so minors in possession of alcohol. And so, that's unusual. And so those type of things tend to, put our numbers in flux. But I think generally academic misconduct cases tend to stay pretty consistent. But this provides us with another tool to have for faculty members to be able to look at the code and say, there is something specifically that addresses the concerns that I have. And so, it sort of provides an entree into, we can then have a conversation with students and ask students, at what point did you get permission, or what point did you, get the impression that you could, indeed engage in collaboration on this lab and really having conversations about that. And so, like I said, it wouldn't necessarily change the number of concerns that faculty have, but it gives us a tool in order to address those.
Can you, I know you talked a bit about not wanting to put the onus on faculty, but this is a real change. What's the plan to explain it to students?
We expect students there's an expectation of, students need to familiarize themselves with the code. And so in the student conduct process, ignorance or unaware, a lack of awareness of what those expectations are, is not necessarily a mitigating factor as to,
When are they told about the code of conduct? I mean, is there a moment in their orientation or their onboarding, if you will, to put in
so students do receive information about expectations, during orientation. And really when we do presentation, when they're going through that onboarding, there is education about, you need to be aware of what those expectations are.
I'm a little embarrassed, but I somehow didn't catch this paragraph in our study materials. And I'm really struggling to understand. I mean, I think I'd be one of those dense students. Are you telling me that I have to be told that it's okay to talk to somebody about course material?
Yeah, so the recommendation would be, if you're not sure, you should ask. And so, students who, were in a previous class where you could collaborate on lab reports, we don't want them to make an assumption that their enrollment in another course that has lab reports, they can do the exact same thing. And really, we want to leave it up to, the faculty member to establish, what their own course policies are. But that students shouldn't assume that they can do something unless they're told that they can.
I'd recommend that be part of a syllabus conversation for each,
Yeah.
especially in the sciences. Like I was pre-med and we didn't share lab reports, but we definitely talked about the labs because it's the same labs every day of the week. And depending on when you have them, you know what I mean? Like you're probably going to have to make sure students understand this is a change.
Collaboration. I mean, I want doctors who are puzzling on something to be talking to each other and not saying, well, I think this and I'm not going to share it with you. Maybe it's the language, but there's something that's troubling me and I don't quite understand how this is going to get translated onto the syllabus.
That's what I was going to say. I think that Professors have to be really clear. It's unfair to punish someone if we're not very clear about what are the rules that they are, the rules and expectations.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like extreme wordsmithing to me, and it's really not. I don't even think it's our responsibility to be able to make those words. That's your responsibility. The question that comes to mind is, I can't quite track. Is this making our student conduct policy tougher? Is it making it easier? Is it no change? It's just words. It's hard. It's really hard to even track what it does.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your answer to that question? Does it make it harder, easier? And also, who's driving this? Is it coming from the students or is it coming from the faculty?
Yeah, I mean, so, in the work that the committee was doing, all subgroups, were interested in this change, in that for students, it provides more clarity. And so we are not, there is no ambiguity as to, the recommendation that, if you're not sure or if it's not clear, whether or not you can collaborate, the recommendation is that you ask. And, for faculty members.
A higher standard for the student? I'm still having a hard time with it. I think all of us are having a hard time.
Like maybe Julia.
Trustee Hallward, I would say yes, it is making it a higher standard. It is saying in the example that Trustee Aaron used, in the absence of the faculty member saying that a study group where outlines can be shared, in the absence of a faculty member saying that that is okay, it could be deemed a violation of our student code of conduct if you adopt the proposal before you do that.
I just think we have to remember this is for graded material. It doesn't mean you shouldn't study together for a class. So I think that is, it's the actual production of graded material that matters. Although, as Toya already pointed out, that may be a normal practice or not. I think I would throw it back to the provost to think about it from the faculty clarity point of view and how we would make sure. I think my take is that the goal here is clarity, and so that the student conduct office does not be put in a situation where they have to adjudicate what has been clearly communicated or not. So that takes the responsibility out of there. It then shifts the responsibility for clarity back to the students and the faculty. And so
I will
Janet,
say
I don't know
that that
what
is
you think.
exactly what we discussed when we met about this proposed policy, is that this is going to require faculty to specifically articulate on syllabi what is and isn't okay. I will say that as a faculty member for a long time and speaking for many of us, I think most people approach these educationally without invoking the student code of conduct. Simply that here's a good thing for you to do when potential issues arise. Dealing with them informally and educationally is always a method that's, to me, the most appropriate first level of intervention, unless it's an egregious act. And so what we discussed was relying on our teaching effectiveness program to educate faculty about what this new standard would imply that their responsibility is. This is driven by faculty involvement and faculty from the Senate on the committee. And so it is a faculty involved decision making. So I do think it's a good idea for us to think not just about the messages to students, but also the messages to faculty, and knowing that we need to address those too. So I'm really interested in what Julia has to say about this as well.
I would love to just add something. To me, with this unauthorized collaboration, especially like with COVID and stuff, it's been a lot more easier to have that unauthorized collaboration. To me, adding that definition is just like adding common sense to it. As a student, you have a good logical idea of when you can collaborate, when you can't, to bring in the like lab example. Like you're collaborating the entire lab class, and it's pretty clear that you're not going to be writing the same exact lab report as another student, and that would be where that unauthorized collaboration comes in. But when you're in class, that's when you're collaborating and figuring out maybe what you're going to write on your lab report or other things like that. So for me as a student, like seeing that added does not change or worry me in terms of like how my schoolwork will be affected by that because it's just adding like something that we already know, but maybe it will just make it easier to have a punishment for that. But it seems like it would be in a lot of cases in like online classes where you're taking a test outside of the classroom on Canvas, and like you're obviously not supposed to be taking it next to someone else with your computer. Like that would be an easier way to actually get you in trouble for that, because I feel like in all the cases it's pretty obvious examples of unauthorized collaboration.
And I'll add to that, I think, as a student conduct professional over the last 2 years in the pandemic, you're exactly right, where a lot of this stemmed out of, cases where students were, we saw cases of anywhere from 20 to 30 students, working off of a Google document during an exam. And, there being a misunderstanding of, well, we were encouraged to study together, in creating the study guide leading up to the exam. And so no one said that we couldn't, then use this study guide to communicate. And, my perspective as a student conduct professional is like, you don't need to be told not to do that. And so really, like I said, taking that burden off of faculty to have to enumerate every single thing that would be a violation of their course policies. And instead, it being a collaborative conversation of, okay, I'm not necessarily clear on this. Can I get clarification on this, from the part of the student?
I think part of the problem is the rest of us went to college before there were Google Docs. So I really appreciate thank you, Julia, for that.
Or COVID.
Or COVID.
I don't know, Ed, do you want to add anything, any feeling any thought? I mean, I understand taking the burden off the faculty. I understand, again, like we were talking about young minds that wouldn't necessarily go up to professor and say, can I do this? So I think part of this language you're comfortable with, knowing that the committee would make the decisions, but I think there might be some discomfort with language is what I might be hearing from my committee a little bit.
Well, when Janet and I met, we talked about, how do we educate faculty to think about how they, how they lay out those policies. And I think that's something that, me in partnership, with Janet, figuring out how we communicate that, how we make faculty feel comfortable with, stating, these are my policies, being open to getting questions from students, where the clarification is needed.
Ed?
It's hard for me to sort of translate in terms of how this works within the sciences, because in the J School, collaboration is essential to the work that we do. I think we're more focused on avoiding instances of plagiarism and copying and fabricating sources that are made up, and some of the issues that have kind of plagued even the New York Times. So I'm listening, but
and we're not forcing faculty members to refer cases. In that, if there is some ambiguity and they see that there is ambiguity and that students, could have had confusion about it, that may be something they address at the course level and not necessarily something that they elevate to us.
All right, well, this comes to a vote of the ASAC committee. It's interesting. I really didn't think there was going to be this much conversation around it because it sounded so much more black and white when we first read about it. But definitely this communication and sharing of thought processes is important. Should we do a name vote or just, how do you want to do this?
Probably roll call.
Roll call, okay.
Horniker?
Aye.
Fick?
Yes.
Lowe?
Yes.
Madison?
Yes.
Hullum?
Aye.
Gordon is absent. Votes carry.
I would love to hear in another year or so how professors are really talking about this with their students. I do really appreciate just the examples of what's happening today in classes and not back when I was in lab suffering through all of that. But yeah, I really just appreciate the conversation and discussion and how kids are reacting to this. And particularly to Steve's questions about, any uptick in the numbers of students. particularly for this kind of violation, would be super helpful to understand.
Yes, absolutely.
So thank you for
The
your work
board
on
might
this.
be interested in this context because I think it's definitely in COVID, what the perceived cultural changes around cheating per se seem to be. And I don't know what quantitative information we have on this, but this is becoming, again, from the faculty point of view, more and more of a disciplinary challenge. We are asking faculty to do a lot of things around accommodation, discipline, behavior, disruptive students. That's also probably those landscapes were not true when many of us were students, quite at the extreme, and that's leading to employment issues for our faculty members, including their willingness to continue in that setting. So maybe any kind of quantitative information I think that we have about these trends, you heard internally, but also in terms of the national landscape of what people are experiencing, I think would be helpful to ground us in how things have changed in the last 20 years, say.
I mean, I can speak to what it looked like at UCLA, but academic misconduct exploded during the pandemic. Many cases of what I described about collaboration on Google Documents, students using things like a Course Hero or Chegg or GitHub, utilizing experts on those websites to answer questions on exams for them. I think those numbers, those trends, are kind of working back towards the mean because, students are back on campus for the most part, but absolutely, like during the pandemic, we were, seeing a massive uptick in academic misconduct.
Well, Diane, thank you very much. This was obviously an interesting topic for all of us. And when we used to use abacuses, there wasn't a lot of cheating going on. Perhaps in our next meeting in December, we can have you come back and you can let us know what you've heard from faculty and even from students as to how this process has affected them and whether it's been a positive move or not.
Yeah.
And it'll be brought before the board again tomorrow. So thank you very much for your time.
Oh, well, sorry, there's another change that we need to discuss. And so this is related to the faculty resolution option that's in the code. And it's a process through which before the Office of Student Conduct and Community Standards receives information about, a violation of the Student Conduct Code related to academic misconduct, there is a way in which that can be resolved by bypassing the formal student conduct process, in which an instructor and a student would have a meeting. And if the student in this meeting agrees to acknowledge a violation of the code, and agrees to an academic sanction, which in the vast majority of cases is typically, a failing grade in the course, then they can agree to resolve the case in that way, and then that outcome gets reported to us. And so this is really, the change that the committee really keyed in on as something that was concerning to them. And it was concerning from all angles, in that this process seemed to amplify just power inequities between students and their faculty, students who, were continuing to be enrolled in the course and completing assignments where, they, in many cases, and in cases where we have, follow-up conversations with students, they don't feel like they are in a position to disagree. With their faculty member. And they're not necessarily fully understanding that by agreeing, they're also agreeing to, this academic sanction and, typically a failing grade in the course. And so the concern was that, in the formal student conduct process, we ensure when we adjudicate cases that students' rights are being upheld. And so they have a right to know what they're being accused of. They have a right to see the documents that we have related to the potential violation. They have a right to provide information and witnesses and documents. They have a right to be accompanied by a support person. And those are things that are not being implemented in the faculty resolution process. And the faculty resolution process was resulting in significant outcomes to students. And so typically failing the course. And so what this change in removing the faculty resolution process is, requiring faculty to refer these cases directly to student conduct and community standards for adjudication. And so we can ensure in this adjudication process that students, are getting the rights as enumerated in the code. And so in that process, they will, if they are found responsible for a violation of the code, they are typically getting that academic sanction. And so we are reporting back to faculty, we have found this student responsible for academic misconduct, please assign a grade. But before we get to that end, we are ensuring that students, are exercising, or, they're aware and they're exercising the rights that the student conduct code gives them. And so I think it's important to note that, I mentioned earlier, Janet and I talked about this as well, is, faculty, want students to learn. They want students to succeed. And we want to provide faculty members, an amount of discretion in addressing, academic misconduct. And so, there is no expectation that with this change that, we are expecting faculty to refer every single thing, to our office, for adjudication. And so in many of these cases, it's, a faculty member observes that a student, didn't appropriately cite something in a paper. And they feel like, in that moment, they can provide education, to students and let them know, I'm seeing this, the expectation is this, we need to, moving forward, this is what you're expected to do, without necessarily having to refer that to our office. But it's in those cases where, due to a suspicion of academic misconduct, there is going to be this this significant impact on students in the sense of a grade. We want to make sure that they're going through a process where their rights are being upheld and preserved. And so we want faculty members to still have conversations with students when they see potential academic misconduct and provide education and sort of demonstrate that compassion for their learning. But we also want to make sure that we're striking that balance.
So I'm sorry for I'm slow on this, just not living in the world. As I'm reading it, the director resolution, that's the piece that you're talking about right now. The change is that before, a faculty member could catch a student cheating and they could address it. And now instead, they would go through the process defined here instead. The faculty member doesn't have the liberty or the right to address the problem, she and he, or however, whatever that is. Is that correct? Now they would go through the resolution process.
No, I mean, there is absolutely still room for faculty members to address, those concerns as they occur. But what this change means is that before they can implement, this academic sanction, they need to refer students to go through the formal student conduct process.
The judge and jury.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, that's the change. But in the academic sanction, they have an opportunity to be the judge.
Yeah, so we give them notification, of our finding, whether or not a student is responsible for academic misconduct, and then they have the discretion to determine, what that academic sanction will look like.
I'm just trying to understand the tendency we have culturally at our university of what we're trying to accomplish. Are we trying to make things more difficult? Are we trying to make things more fair, more bureaucratic? What is that? That's the reasoning for my questions. And what you're saying is, if I was your student, you caught me cheating, you could come to me and say, I'm going to give you an F. And if I said that's fine, we could agree to that. Is that true?
So in some cases in the current process, that could occur.
Right, but the new way, that could still occur if I agree agreed, I'm guessing, but if I didn't agree, I said, no, I want this to go through whatever the process, then that's what would happen.
No, what the proposed process is, in that moment, faculty member, can say to student, this is what I observed. I'm concerned about this. But before we have students, determine whether they want to acknowledge or if there's more, if there's information that they want to share, we're funneling them through the formal process where we can ensure that they have those opportunities. Like, what exactly are you being accused of doing? What information do we have? We want to make sure that in these cases where there is a significant impact, in the form of potentially a failing grade, that we are facilitating, students through this formal process where we can ensure that their rights are being upheld.
Do we need to add, I don't know, is there staffing that needs to be added to handle that, or is it a reasonable amount of cases that come through? It's not really no change, or do we need more people, volunteers, or paid to?
Yes, I don't anticipate that this is going to create a significant increased workload, in the Office of Student Conduct and Community Standards, because we do still get information about, so faculty members still need to report, what occurs to the faculty resolution option. But basically through those reports, they're telling us this has already been resolved. But we still have conversations with students. But in a lot of those conversations that we're having with students, they're telling us, I didn't realize, I was nervous during this meeting. I didn't know if I could disagree. I didn't realize that this would have this impact on me. And we want to prevent, we want to eliminate a space for that to happen.
You don't think it'll take more time?
No, because we're still meeting with students, but we're generally learning about what happened during that conversation. And, so it's not going to increase the number of meetings that we have with students. We're meeting with all of those students anyway, but we want to, eliminate those areas of the process where we're not ensuring that students have all of the information that they need to engage in the process.
It will maybe centralize the disciplinary process.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's the goal.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I can just add real quickly, I think there are two issues at play. One is preserving a faculty member's right to make decisions about his or her class. I think the consequences of behavior need to rest with the faculty member's discretion. How to handle it needs to rest largely with the faculty member's discretion. But in those moments when a student is at risk for their final grade, so it has long-term repercussions, this simply provides a space to address that power differential. And there is an inherent power differential when a faculty member is accusing a student of doing something wrong in a class. There's no question about that. And so it simply gives a little safety net to that process without taking away the faculty member's rights. And I think both of those competing interests are important in this situation. So Diane's threading the needle here, so that probably it's not a significant increase in work because they're already doing that important work, but it's simply taking one step back and saying before a faculty member can fail the student or dock them a letter grade or those kind of things at the end, let's take a moment and breathe. And make sure the student understands what's happening. And so I think it's just a really nice move forward for us.
Thank you, Janet. And again, thank you. And we'll look forward to hearing from you again. And I know you haven't been here yet a year, but you haven't missed a beat. So
Thank you so much.
We will recess now till 1:30. Thank you, everybody. It's the same. It was part of the same. We already, that was my eye was for that.
Yep.
Good afternoon. We will resume our meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. We are very excited to have the School of Journalism and Communications here to share with us. As we were talking earlier today, in order for the board to become more familiar and more engaged with the schools and colleges, we've asked our deans to come and present at each meeting and tell us about their strategic plans, tell us about what's going on with faculty and students. And I think with Juan Carlos here, we have a perfect example of seeing goals and objectives and missions and a 5-year plan. And so, Juan Carlos, I'll let you introduce your team, and we're very excited to have you. I think we have an hour to be able to hear about everything that's going on, all your exciting achievements. So thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Buenas tardes. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I have been the Dean of the School of Journalism and Communication. In fact, I am the Edwin L. Arts Dean of the School of Journalism and Communication. I just visited Ed, and I'm very grateful for his support since 2016. And so in the presentation, I'm going to introduce 3 faculty members to give you a really quick outlook of their research agenda. And to my left is Holly Smith. She's an associate professor, and she's going to be talking about science and communication, environmental communication. And to my right is Seth Lewis, who is the area head of journalism, and also is an expert in data journalism, algorithms, automation, and so forth and so on. He also teaches, or he created a really interesting class called Fact and Fiction. And you can imagine why we had to create a class called Fact and Fiction. So Seth Lewis is also going to be highlighting his research agenda. And in my presentation, and I hope it works, Danny Pimentel is going to be talking to you through a video that he produced, I believe, from Colombia. He went to the Brazilian rainforest, and I think he's in Colombia with family right now. So I wanted to introduce you to an assistant professor who is Danny, an associate professor who is Holly, and a full professor, a senior faculty member like Seth Lewis. So what I'm going to do is to walk you, some of you already know the SOJC, so I see many familiar faces, but I also see new faces, exciting. It's always good to have new energy in this group. So I will be starting by highlighting some aspects of the mission of the SOJC, then walking you through some latest facts and figures I was able to gather, talking about experiential learning, which is really important for the school. We have a balance between theory and practice, and this is very at the core of everything we do. And finally, some the research highlights, and finalizing with priorities as established in our strategic plan. So if you see the mission of the school, we are a community, and I will want to highlight that it's a lean community because we have many students, but we are very efficient, I will say, both in terms of staffing and in terms of faculty doing the most important work we do, that to teach undergrads and then graduate students as well. But we have a large community, and everyone has a voice. Since I came in 2016, that was my first realization. You know, everyone has a voice at the SOJC, and because we are mostly in one building, we want to be everyone in one building. We have a few folks in Franklin Boulevard. Then they have created their own cohort, including Holly, but Holly's moving to us. But so we are in one building, and being in one location also helps to create this sense of community. So it's a community that we champion freedom of expression, which is important today, dialogue and democracy. We want to make contributions to a functional democracy, especially with the use of both journalism and communication. I will say that journalism and communication is a continuum that goes from persuasive communication to objective communication, even though total persuasion or total objectivity doesn't exist. But we try to navigate this continuum and have students that go to change the world in different ways. They go to change the world both in the journalistic profession, in the advertising profession, in the public relations profession, strategic communication profession, media profession in many ways, but also a mix of professions. You know, nowadays the skills and the knowledge we teach and a student acquired through the SOJC, they can go and take this to many, many places, which is really exciting. At the same time, it's challenging for us to really navigate a student's career readiness. Some of the facts and figures. I don't know if you knew, but we are the third oldest journalism program in the United States of America and one of the oldest in the world. You know, after Columbia, Missouri, we are considered one of the three, and the day of foundation was 1916. So we have an important legacy to uphold. We have a reputation to uphold nationally and internationally. We are the only accredited school in the Pacific Northwest. And I didn't include a C in AJMC is the academic association, but AJMC is the council. So we are accredited by this national council. And also one of the programs, the public relations program, was certified by the Public Relations Society of America in 2019. The next accreditation cycle is coming in 2024. And I believe we are given an extra year because of the pandemic year. But we are collecting data. One of the most important aspects of this accreditation is assessment. And in fact, before a few days ago, I received the 2021 academic year assessment, 2021-22 assessment from our assessment director. And something also important is that we have really good support. We have a good endowment. 18 plus million is one of the largest endowment in a School of Journalism and Communication also in the nation. And also we make contributions to the students' financial stability by giving scholarships. So we are giving annually about $700,000 in scholarship to students for a variety of reasons. The largest sequence is advertising, but in the latest number, we are seeing a greater interest in journalism. And we believe it's because everything that is happening in the nation. So it's challenging journalism, but it's also attracting attention to the journalistic profession. We know that it's also the name of the school, and also is the oldest program. And some of the students who say, we want to go to journalism, they may end up in advertising or public relations. But having said that, if we see programs across the nation, we have kept up with the number of journalism major, which is really inspiring. Throughout those years, we keep a good, healthy number of journalism major. You see also a small number for media studies, because media studies also serves the entire SOJC population of students. We teach core courses like ethics, media law, that every student takes. So probably they don't have the majors, but they serve the entire community. And we are going to be increasing the major because now we believe that media studies is becoming so important. There are so many implications of media in many type of organizations and sectors of society that we know that we are increasing the promotion of the major, but also creating a new concentration in documentary studies. And we hire a really high, visible, excellent professional in documentary to lead that concentration. We are also introducing next year a game studies major that is going to be also part of the media studies. In terms of master's programs, we have 2 here in Portland and 3 in Eugene. We are going to introduce one new in Portland, the immersive media communication. I think this group heard the presentation from Donna Davis in the last meeting in Eugene, and we are just waiting for the approval. I think the approval is coming in October, and we are already planning the launch of this immersive media communication masters. We also have a doctoral program in communication and media studies. The communication and media studies master's programs also feeds into the PhD program. And we also participate in different types of programs across the university, such as cinema studies, general science, general social sciences, film studies, and multimedia. Multimedia minor is mainly for graduate students. So as you see, we are a comprehensive school that goes, as I said, from the persuasive to the strategic and strategic to the objective and the reporting side of the house. But something also something interesting is happening in the fields and the disciplines we teach and we research, is that there is sort of a blend in some of the practices, and we are learning from each other. So even journalism is learning from the strategic communication side of the business. If you go to any media organization, you see how they are using more different type of tools to be able to explain the news and to engage their audiences. As of July 1st, 2022, we have a total number of 2,200 students. Undergraduate, 2,072. We have a really good retention rate and graduation rate. The 3-year mark retention rate is 82%, and the graduation rate in the 5-year mark is 78%. And we continue working to make sure that we do a good job in retaining students, especially students from underrepresented classes. As I said, we are a lean community. We have 63 faculty members, and this number fluctuates, as you can only imagine, especially in these times. For instance, one senior faculty member left for a peer institution for a great opportunity. So again, probably this 63, 62 at this moment, and so forth and so on. 40 of these 63 are tenure track. So we have increased significantly since I came to the university, and due to the IHP, the Institutional Hiring Plan, and the emphasis of the university on research also, and our membership in the AAU as a Research One institution, we have increased the number of, and the university has supported that increase of tenure track faculty members. We have 11 endowed professorships. So again, the support from donors is significant, and also that allows us to attract really good faculty members like Seth Lewis here that has an endowed professorship, and myself, my position is not endowed technically, but it has great support from a donor. And the faculty-student ratio is high in relation to other programs across the university, and the type of education that we provide the student that makes sometimes our work challenging, because we want to provide more one-on-one assistance to students, especially when they are learning skills.
Juan Carlos, I have a quick question.
Yes.
So you said it is high.
Yes.
In another slide, in a future slide, you say you have a balanced budget. They probably go together, do they not?
Not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily. The faculty-student ratio is how many students every faculty member really.
I understand that, right?
No, the budget model is different. We receive a good income coming from undergraduate student credit hours. But it's also the idea that we are using both general funds, foundation funds to be able to work in the operations of the school, and the pay. Most of the balance, most of the budget goes to faculty and staff personnel, cost.
So
Right.
I don't
Is
know.
your
I don't
ratio-
I
mean,
don't
the
see a
goal-
relationship.
The goal as a student is to have that 1 to 10. Wouldn't that be great as a student?
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
1
sure.
to 10, right?
Yeah.
But then 10 have to, in essence, that's where revenue comes from to pay. There's a balance somewhere, right, to be able to pay for it and also be able to provide good attention.
I don't know if Jamie, do you see
We
a
can do
relationship?
it. No,
between-
let's not. I
Yeah.
don't want to waste time. I'll talk to you offline. I'll talk to you offline about it.
Yeah, we can do it offline. I mean, I think the point I would.
I don't want to waste time, really, Jamie. I don't.
Juan Carlos, I will
Great.
ask you a question, though, when
Yeah.
we're talking about this. You are lean, and
Yes.
this is obviously a very popular school. I think you have
Yes.
one of the biggest
Yes.
student body. Where would you like to be, and is it difficult right now to get faculty just because it's difficult to get anywhere in a university system? Or are faculty that are particular to your area of study finding more lucrative businesses to go into? Or how hard is it to find faculty for your
If we have the positions, we identify faculty. For instance, we have right now 5 searches going on. 2 tenure track, 3 career faculty. I think we are working in a university that is lean also. So the university has supported the SOJC, and especially in the last 6 years, I have seen the support of the university through the IHP. There are 2 ways for you to hire faculty members. One is this IHP, which is centralized, and the second is the career faculty route, that you need to have the funds. And normally the funds will come from the revenues we have and on the allocations we have in this case, for instance, how many students we teach. But at the same time, we are working at a university that have to spread the positions available every year to the entire university. So we present proposals, we are supported with with specific lines. But again, I think it's a systematic problem that the university has. I'm always advocating for more lines. We are always trying to be very efficient in the searches we have right now. Yes, there is a competition also happening across the state, but we have been very successful in attracting faculty members. But it's about how many lines the university gives us. From the research point of view. From the career point of view, it's depending on the budget model of the university. The university nowadays allocates the budget that we need to operate according to the situation we have. But if we need additional funds, we need to advocate for those funds. And again, it's a conversation between Central and the SOJC. So I think it's a systematic challenge of the university, trying to really have enough resources for programs across the university. And of course, we always say we are one of the largest schools, but it's not easy to say because you're the larger, you're going to get this number of resources while we need to really take care of the rest of the university. I don't know if I'm explaining myself.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for interrupting you.
And I know Jamie probably understand what I'm saying, and Patrick. So, and the staff the same. The staff fluctuates. I say 36, but maybe right now 34, 33. And we have graduate employees as well. The majority of the students are female, and there is 2 explanations for this. One explanation is that they write better, they think better, and they are more critical. But the second, and they are more dedicated. But the second explanation that one day somebody explained to me is that that the professions we serve are not really pay well like business or other disciplines, and this is why we have more female. I disagree, and I do believe it's more about these females. I think students in high schools are getting the training and the education to take them up to different levels of dedication and performance.
This isn't a fair question for you, Juan Carlos, but what generally is the gender breakdown on campus? Across the board.
55% female undergraduate.
We have a good representation of BIPOC students, 32%, so a third of the school. We're very happy with that, but we want more representation. 49% residents and 51% non-residents, and 21% first-generation students. If you see the graduation numbers from 19, 20, 21, and 22, there is an anomaly here that we want to understand what happened, but we had much more graduates than the Lundquist College of Business, which is the largest college at the university in terms of students, without considering College of Arts and Sciences, of course. But we graduated 694 in 2021. We also found, and also student credit hours went up because the students wanted to finish, get it done, especially during the pandemic. But we have had really record numbers in our graduating class. For the first time, we are admitting students directly to the SOJC. That is also going to make an impact in the numbers and also the interest in the different majors and concentrations. So we selected 50 first-year students, and we selected them, meaning in terms of demographics and characteristics, to make sure that we had a really good, diverse group. And out of these 50 students, we are projecting 44 to register as the first direct admission cohort. And we are planning to see this as a pilot, as an experiment. We're going to follow them since day one, and they will have a point of contact with us since day one. So that's going to make an impact in terms of seeing the SOJC majors as a destination, not as a found major that happened in the past. Some students went to College of Business or to psychology or the areas, and then they found us and they transferred to the SOJC. We want them to see us since day one, even when they are applying to the university. As Steve said, yes, we have a balanced budget and we are very good in reporting. I hope gave me a sense that we report really well to administration. We also are one of the pilots at the university for shared services, meaning we are the business office, finance, and human resources. We are sharing the operation with the College of Design and the Clark Honors College. And I think now the College of Arts and Sciences is going through that shared service in a model of sharing some of the resources. And it's working well with some glitches, as you can expect, but we keep on working those glitches with those who are supporting these services. We keep on investing in facilities. Steve, when I came to the SOJC, we had a carry forward. And we still have a carry forward because we bring more money than we spend. But this carry forward since day one, I was told, only can be used for strategic purposes, not for recurrent type of expenses, but for strategic investments. So we have invested in new production facilities. We have invested in academic advising, career advising. We have invested in recruiting for the professional master's program. The professional master's programs also allow for revenues that don't come from undergraduate fees. We also invested in development. As I said, we have been very successful in development and the support from alumni and donors. And we also invested in communication. As you saw probably in the materials that I sent you, brand identity and impact is one of the objectives of the SOJC because we are changing, the professions we serve are changing, and many people don't know how comprehensive we are. So we want to make sure that students, parents, and peers, and the industry knows how comprehensive we are. And as you also saw probably in the PowerPoint, we also invested in the feasibility study for the potential expansion of Allen Hall because we need more space. We need more space for students. We need more space for production facilities. We need more space for faculty and staff. We believe in student success. So we really understand this priority of the university. Every faculty we hire this faculty member because it's an excellent addition to our teaching portfolio, in addition to our research portfolio. But our faculty members, they need to be both good teachers and good researchers in the case of research faculty. But in the case of career faculty, they have to be good teachers and good professionals, with great professional connections and great professional skills. Because we have this balance between research and practice, because we emphasize experiential learning. You will see 3 or 4 slides coming soon really quick, so you can see how many programs of experiential learning we have. We fund and guide internships. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock here in Portland, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Snowden Program for Excellence in Journalism. We place every summer about 20 students. This year, I think it's close to 25 to celebrate the 25th anniversary. It's an endowed program. We pay students in collaboration with media organizations across the state for them to do internships, but we guide the internship. We have 2 directors. We give them additional training in ethics and professionalism, and then we graduate them. So tomorrow we are graduating the class, the 25th anniversary class. The family who endowed the program will be here. The students will be here. The media partners will be here, parents and families. So it's a great moment because it's an amazing way for us to really make sure that students go to the right places and they are trained in the right way. Students need to apply for this program, so it's not self-selected. They need to apply, and we have a process to evaluate. And we accept application from outside the University of Oregon, and this was a request from the family that endowed the program because they wanted also different type of institution with different type of ideology, let's say that. And I think it has enriched the quality of the program. We also have international programs for global engagement. We want the community to be resilient and innovative in everything we do. And those skills, as I said before, even though we know, we sent students to graduates to the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, or to a 72 and Sony agency in Los Angeles, or to Edelman in Chicago, but also, they can take these skills to many other professions, including project management. We have seen many graduates going to project management, for instance, because of the critical skills. So experiential learning is at the core of what the SOJC does. And I want to show you just an example of, but I don't, how do I change to... Where's Jennifer? Oh, I can see this here, but I cannot see that.
Grab our IT.
Well, I may come back to this to save time, yes.
Exit stage.
Let's go back here. So if I click here, so what I do, okay? For us to see this. Okay. So one of the things I would highlight, I don't know if you got the PowerPoint or just the PDF or just copy, because the links are really, we have an amazing communication team, and we have an incredible group of faculty and students that they produce. So everything we do, we produce content, as you can only imagine. So we have a lot of documentation of experiential learning. Ed Madison, a member of the board, is led this. And I'm not presenting this because Ed is here. I'm presenting this because this is the latest page we put together. It happened to be Ed Madison as a leader. But he took students to New Orleans, and if you go down on the page, it's just impressive. You can see the team, you can see how many days they were there, the stories they produced, the miles they went from Eugene to New Orleans, who they are, who are the students, and you can also see what they did and the stories they cover. And you will see it's a really good way for you to understand how we combine both the
instruction in the classroom, and also the practice. Oh no. Yeah, go back to there.
Before Christmas.
Perfect. Next one. Okay, go ahead.
Hmm.
I think I won't. I will go. Don't go back and forth because otherwise it's going to. I think I want to stick with the time and give the opportunity with the faculty and answer questions. But the second link will walk you through experiential learning, hands-on experiences at the SOJC. And if you see, we have not only opportunity for undergrads, but also we have an opportunity for master students and even now PhD students. We have a really good connection with the sports, the athletics department, with the Lundquist College of Business. We have been working with the support of donations, including a donor who is present in this room, Tim Boyle, producing campaigns for women's basketball, and now we are going to be producing campaigns also for football. Also, the idea is that we increase fan engagement and also the knowledge of these sports and each of the athletes involved. During the championships, we involve about 70 students in the championships by producing content, hosting media, and also working in the championships, covering the games. And that was a combination of working with the local organizing committee, the global organizing committee, the international organizing committee, and resources we also have. So we are using foundation funds to pay students or to make to compensate students to participate in this type of activities. Not every student has the capacity to do so. So we believe that we are increasing access to experiential learning by investing foundation funds in that. The latest interesting program is called the Oregon Accelerator. And the Oregon Accelerator is a partnership with athletics and the Lundquist College of Business. We believe that the university is supposed to be great in all sports, both in the sport themselves and an academic part of the business. The Oregon Accelerator is a collaborative, guided by faculty, but staffed by students that we select to help athletes in name, image, and likeness. We have learned the legislation, the changes in the legislation, and the things we can do or not do as an academic institution. Kevin Shop has guided us, has yelled at us, has consulted with us. It has been a really interesting learning experience because the nuances of what we can or can't not do for athletes is really interesting. In addition to that, we have compliance from athletics department who also make sure that we are not getting into trouble with the institutions that really govern the areas. But we have evolved. The website is fantastic. Kelly Matthews is here, I believe, or she was here, who is one of the directors of the Oregon Accelerator. And we also use foundation funds to compensate students who are working with the student athletes to make sure that they understand their brand, the personal brand, how they can create content, how they can go and sign contracts and identify sponsors. And in the future, I think we should work closely with the School of Law as well in this initiative. So as you see in many things that I have said, we are trying to collaborate outside the SOJC with other entities of the university. We have great alumni. We have leaders in the industries we partner with. These are just 5 examples. Every year we select one alumni of distinction. It's called the Eric Allen Award for Young Alumni of Distinction. This year, the alumni of distinction is Tevin Tavares, who is a writer, a producer, and is an award winner producer. In academic excellence, as I said before,
we are trying to really understand the priorities of the university and to be participants of those priorities. So as soon as the night campus was announced, I started talking to the faculty, we need to do something, how we can relate to the night campus. And immediately, science communication came to mind, environmental communication, health communication. So we created, with donor support, the Center for Science Communication Research. Holly Smith is the associate director of the Center for Science Communication Research, and her research is associated with what the center does. But we also have associates across the university and beyond the university. So other departments are also participating in the Center for Science Communication Research. Here in Portland, we have the Oregon Reality Lab, and this is more about immersive media communication, both research and teaching and training. The OR Lab is attracting the interest of the industry. Everyone is asking questions, how we can use enhanced reality, how we can use virtual reality for the things we do. Many people are asking those questions because it's evolving. How we can get into the metaverse. So, and I believe when Donna Davis came to this group to talk about the immersive media communication program, she explained a little bit about the content of the classes we will teach. We also in Portland have the Agora Journalism Center, and now the Agora is emphasizing civic engagement, civic health, local news ecosystem, and the way media organizations, they learn from each other nationwide, and how they learn also to serve their community better. And this is part of our mission to make contribution to a functional democracy. So now the best part of the presentation is the lightning research talks, and let me introduce you to Professor Seth Lewis, Professor of Journalism, Shirley Pape, Chair in Emerging Media, Director of the Journalism Area, and PhD from the University of Texas at Austin.
Thank you, Juan Carlos, and thanks so much for allowing us to be here and talk about what we're doing in the School of Journalism and Communication. I want to just tell you a bit about the research I'm doing. I first want to just say that, Juan Carlos has just talked a lot about experiential learning. We care a lot about bringing students into all facets of what we do, and that's in teaching as well as in research. I think that what you see in the SOJC is faculty who care deeply about involving graduate students, of course, at the PhD level, but also master's students and as well as undergraduate students in the work of doing research. So I think it's sort of implicit in, I think, the projects that you'll hear about here. So in my own research, I study the social implications of emerging media technologies, often using the tools of social science or qualitative social science when it comes to things like interviews, observation, as well as surveys and other techniques. And I focus particularly on the digital transformation of journalism. So this transformation that is occurring both in how news is made in terms of news production, as well as how news is received and consumed in terms of news consumption, just how people experience news in their everyday lives. And so in recent years, for example, my co-authors and I have been studying the emergence of algorithms, automation, and artificial intelligence in the context of news work and news production, and how that has changed and shaped the way that journalists think about their work and the way they employ these types of tools and techniques. As you might know, forms of story writing and video editing increasingly can be done automatically through various types of software. And that raises really interesting and profound questions, ethical questions, even ontological questions about human and machine, about the role and relationship between journalist and technology in producing and making news. And these are some of the questions that we have been examining in recent years, again, partly from a philosophical level, as well as more practically what this has meant in terms of the types of news that are produced and with what implications for society. And we believe these things have obvious implications for thinking about the role of AI in many domains and many aspects of work and life today. So that research has been focused primarily on kind of how technology shapes people and how people shape technology. We're also interested, I want to talk for a minute about the second aspect of my work, which is more focused on news consumption, how people receive and experience news and information. Now, if I can take you back for a moment to March 2020, Many of us were seemingly kind of frozen in place, right? We were stuck at home, our lives and routines upended, gripped with a lot of uncertainty. What many of us were doing was consuming a lot of news, like a whole lot of news, and tracking the latest updates about COVID. At the time, I was in Oxford, England, so my family and I were actually just temporarily there on research leave and sort of stuck, and we experienced lockdown UK style. And but while I was there, it occurred to me that we had an opportunity, a very kind of short window in which to tap into people's experiences with news in a more visceral way than might normally be available to us. And so over the course of April and May, we conducted 60 interviews with a broad cross-section of Americans and learned a lot of interesting things. I want to share with you just a couple of the findings. Overall, we found that people's attitudes, their own attitudes and beliefs about news, that is, the kind of folk theories they have about how news works and so forth, seem to matter more than the actual news they consumed. In other words, what people brought to the news seemed to have more influence on them than what news may have brought to them. And what was especially striking to us is that many people seemed to find news inherently untrustworthy, and that attitude led them to believe they needed to fact-check the news on their own. In some cases, believing that they could do a better job than journalists at that fact-checking work. The problem, however, is that based on the interviews and our assessment, it seemed as though this personal fact-checking of news may have actually led people into a worse place informationally. So we see this as a kind of social cost of not trusting institutions. The cost in this case of time invested in fact-checking, as well as the cost of perhaps ending up in a worse place in terms of one's the informational value that you're working with. So we want to examine this idea further, and we have an ongoing project at the moment that is partly funded by Deloitte, the consulting company, that is examining people's trust in journalism in comparison with their trust in medicine. So looking at how people perceive journalists and the interactions with them and interactions with news, and then looking also at how that plays out in the context of medicine and doctors and so forth. Now, on one sense, they're very different domains. In another sense, though, we believe this kind of comparison can offer a window into dynamics, social psychology and sociology, sort of dynamics of trust, of how people make assessments of value and trust and these sorts of things that will have a lot of broad-reaching implications for looking at just the larger question about trust in institutions as a whole.
Can I ask a question about this?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
trying to formulate the question in my head before I ask it, but I'm just going to go ahead anyway. Were people in the study you did ending up in the same or similar place about what they learned when they were doing their own research, or were people ended up in more polarizing places, like some people learning that maybe masks aren't effective, and others learning
Sure.
that where were they on the
Yeah, I
same
mean, I
plane?
think one interesting thing is that the level of mistrust, distrust. I mean, when we look at, and we've now done lots and lots more interviews, it's interesting how often if you, we'll gather some simple demographic data about the people we interview, but if you don't look at that, and if you just look at their responses, in some cases it's actually difficult to tell who's liberal and who's conservative, right? Because both express a fairly deep sense of unease with the news they encounter. Now, I think there's a lot of reasons for this, and I think it's worth pointing out that this is not just a problem that journalists can solve, right? We're in a moment where people are distrusting of a lot of institutions, and so I think it's symptomatic of a broader issue. But it probably, I think it's, to your question, obviously people to some degree are self-selecting the media that will reinforce and confirm their points of view. That's obvious. But at the same time, it's maybe too simplistic to just kind of assume that they're going to self-select into those things and that's that. But I think actually it's maybe less about what the news confirms back to them, but more about what they bring to it in terms of their preconceived ideas, not just about left or right politics, but also how you actually determine what is true and what is real and factual in the world. So that's a good segue.
So are you saying you found out more about just the way we are as people than journalism? Is that kind of what you're saying, that people tend to seek that? That it maybe isn't the journalism turning their behaviors, it's people going there and wanting to find an answer that they already want?
Well, I think there's a lot of research that would suggest that, yes, that people do, we tend to want to have our beliefs and perspectives
validated,
confirmed,
right?
We
So,
want to be
I'm right.
validated. And so I think certainly people do seek out media to validate, their point of view. It's that, I think we're still trying to understand better what is the experience like of news, and as well as other forms of media, and how does that activate certain feelings, anxieties, and other sorts of things. And how does this relate to then dynamics of trust? We have an ongoing study looking at how people believe news is paid for. How do people imagine it's paid for? There's actually a lot of misunderstanding. And so in that area of misunderstanding, that can lead to all kinds of different beliefs about what news media do and why they might do those things.
Thank you, Seth. I will skip Danny because of time. So let me introduce you to Holly Smith, Associate Professor of Science and Environmental Communication and Associate Director of the Center for Science Communication Research. She has a PhD from the University of Maine.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about my work. So I am an applied social science researcher who focuses on communication networks and dynamics with an emphasis on figuring out how to increase information sharing among groups who work on science and environmental issues. And the majority of my work is focused at the state and regional level, hopefully trying to build communication capacity in a way that makes a difference for Oregonians. So I'm going to give you 2 examples of the type of research that I do and then tie it back into our science communication minor. So the first research project is on wildfire communication within the state of Oregon. So if any of you were here as recently as last week, you probably noticed the diminished air quality, or maybe some of you even had to evacuate your home. You might have experienced this in 2020 as well. And so with the increase in impacts to our communities from wildfire, there is also a growing need for communication infrastructure and networks that will facilitate rapid information sharing between groups and also with the public. And it's really important that that information is accurate and evidence-based. So given this need, colleagues at the SOJC and I put together a proposal partnering with Oregon State University's FIRE program to study the interactions between journalists, scientists, and public information officers within the state of Oregon. We've been able to fund 4 graduate students through this work, and this summer we've been able to conduct 40 interviews with scientists, journalists, and public information officers. And what we're basically trying to assess is where communication breaks down and where there's opportunities for increased information sharing with this accurate and evidence-based information. While the work is ongoing, the result will actually be freely available resources for journalists, scientists, and public information officers in the state. And as a secondary goal of the project, we're just trying to build a community of practice and increase mutual understanding among the groups. The second project that I'm going to briefly mention is Oak Ridge Air. So colleagues across the University of Oregon campus and I have partnered with Oak Ridge Air to work on air quality issues in the communities of Oak Ridge and West Fir, which actually have consistently ranked among the top 20 worst air quality communities in the nation. And so with that, we're trying to improve access to air quality information and reduce any barriers for citizens in those communities to actually be able to take action when smoke events do occur. So we're mapping communication in those communities and thinking about how to redesign messages for access and to emphasize actionable information. The last thing I want to say is all of this research, we bring it into the classroom. So we have the science communication minor within the School of Journalism and Communication. And in that program, what we're doing is hopefully training our students for what I think is going to be one of the most important careers of the future, and that's science communication. So translating complex scientific information into actionable knowledge for our communities. Thank you.
And are you looking at any of that? Like in LA, there was a very big expose about how all of the information relating to fires and safety was in English in a city where actually, you know, the majority are Latino. And so I'm curious, are you looking at it at all through that lens, and in particular different languages to make sure there's accessibility for all?
Yes. So some of our work, particularly within Oak Ridge and West Fir, is focused on Spanish-speaking populations because this is one of the primary barriers to kind of preparedness information and protective actions is just accessibility of the information itself. Thank you.
How do you make the news actionable if people don't trust it?
That is a great question. Well, and I think it really depends also on looking at the scale of the news. So local news is more trusted necessarily, particularly in some of these situations, so where people go for information. But what we're really working on in this type of community of practice and mutual understanding is actually building that trust. So especially if you think about like the communities of Oak Ridge and Westford, which probably have a higher distrust of certain types of institutions given their rural designation. So how do we actually go into those communities before events occur to build trust within those communities?
Thank you so much, Holly. You have in your package the main components of the strategic plan of the SOJC, which include mission, vision, values, and 4 areas of the school that we wanted to emphasize. One is the school brand, the identity of the school, and the impact. So we are really refining our communication strategy and all the contents you can find in our site. But at the same time, part of our identity and impact will be in the future to expand our facilities with the feasibility study that I mentioned. And I think there is a picture there of the building we would like to build when possible. For undergraduate education, I think the most important component is curricular revisions or reviews. The professions we partner with are changing dramatically, so we need to also change accordingly. We continue teaching the foundations of journalism, the foundations of advertising, public relations, and media studies, but we need to understand new technology. We need to understand also the expectations of the industry and expectations of society. For graduate education, we need to understand that, for instance, for PhD students, we need to keep on attracting talented PhD students and have the combination of practice and research, and we need to also help them to understand the choices they have in addition to academic jobs. For master students, we also want to include experiential learning at the master's level, so they learn and they practice and then they reinvent themselves, most of them for new professions. We want to take advantage also of what we have learned on online education, remote education. We believe that there is a place now after the pandemic. We are still in this transition, but we believe that technology has made an incredible impact in higher education, and it's going to we continue being a force of flexibility and transformation. And this is why we are introducing a new master's in immersive media communication, which is going to be online. And again, this is just the feasibility study. Is a way for us to really wrap up this identity, this brand, and the impact of the SOJC to the students and the community. So we have, I guess, because we started late, a few minutes for, probably 10 minutes for question and answer, but Tim, you... A little bit more time, yeah. Okay, so we have more time. So if I have more time...
A little bit more time.
Because I want to show the video from Danny Pimentel, who sent this video from Colombia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Pimentel, and I'm an assistant professor of immersive media psychology at the University of Oregon School of Journalism and Communication. Now, I'm a mixed methods researcher with a particular interest in understanding the pro-social and pro-environmental implications of immersive storytelling in the metaverse. But what is immersive storytelling, and what is the metaverse, really? Put simply, the metaverse is the next iteration of the internet, a spatial web where we access a network of virtual worlds, spaces to work, learn, and play. But more importantly, we'll access those worlds not only through our computers, our mobile devices, but through immersive and emerging media platforms, technologies known as XR, or cross-reality platforms. Now, XR is comprised of augmented, mixed, and virtual reality. And some of those involve head-mounted displays that place you in another virtual world embodying another avatar, like virtual reality, while others, like mixed reality and augmented reality, bring the virtual worlds into our physical spaces. XR opens up a world of possibilities in terms of how we can communicate and connect audiences with important issues. And so that's what I do. I build, I design, and I test XR experiences about issues like biodiversity loss, social justice initiatives, and I study how the unique affordances of these platforms contribute to key outcomes, be them charitable giving, empathy building, or just increasing engagement with the subject matter. But what's so special about XR? Well, My work increasingly focuses on a unique superpower, as I like to call it, of XR technologies, which is body transfer. Now, body transfer is the subjective sense that your virtual body in that virtual world is actually your own. This illusion occurs when, for example, VR users see themselves in a virtual mirror and see their real-world body movements synchronously replaced and reflected by their virtual bodies. This changes not only how we see ourselves, but how we see the world and its inhabitants, right? So the question becomes, how do we use that superpower for good? And my current project, dubbed Project Shell, explores how embodying threatened wildlife, sea turtles specifically, influences biodiversity conservation. The experience takes you through the life of a loggerhead sea turtle facing all forms of threats and combines interactive virtual reality experiences where you have to navigate those spaces with actual 360-degree captured virtual footage. And in a nutshell, what our studies show is that as humans enter this virtual space and feel this body transfer with this non-human animal, they feel more connected to the species. They perceive threats affecting their species as more severe and imminent, and we're more inclined to donate and help mitigate those effects. Now, I'm also exploring how we can leverage body transfer to address a variety of other issues, especially related to the environment, but it goes beyond conservation. And I'm happy to share more about myself, my collaborators, and how we're using immersive storytelling and virtual embodiment for a variety of contexts.
Okay, so what I wanted to show you is that we have a legacy from 1916, but we are not resting in that legacy. We are changing, we are innovating, we are entrepreneurial, and we believe in the balance between research and practice.
What an interesting presentation. I think we could probably hear from you all day, but sorry, we can't. You have a little tagline here, come to Oregon, change the world.
Yes.
You've said it right there, and I can see why.
And it's real. It's real. You know, we believe in that mission.
Does anybody have any questions or comments before the team leaves?
And Steve, yeah, Patrick.
And say that, as Juan Carlos already highlighted it, this is a unique school in the Pacific Northwest, certainly in Oregon. And so when I became provost, I asked Juan Carlos, what do you want from a provost? I don't know if you remember this. And he said, just know what we do. And so that was my priority. And, you know, Janet and I are well aware of the vision and the strengths, and very grateful for the faculty and staff. And there's a unique culture within the school, and Juan Carlos emphasizes it, this theory, practice, and respecting the contributions of career faculty and tenure-related faculty and all the staff that go forward. That message has been clear from day one, and the dean carries that very clearly, and the faculty too as well. So it's really exciting future here. And the last thing, because Janet really articulated this well, SOJC, as you saw, views itself as a citizen of the university in terms of engagement and collaboration and interaction. And so much of our world is media driven, and communication is so key to accomplishing anything that it's we have great benefit of having them be part of the institution. There's no question.
Thank you, Patrick. And we are attracting incredible talent to the SOJC. When I said one of the strategic objectives is attracting talent, we want to attract talented young minds. We don't want to attract the students. We want to attract talent. Then they are talented since day one, and we are going to brush them up and, you know, be sure that they go to do incredible things. And the same for staff, and the same for faculty members. In the nation, we are known for being very creative and very innovative in the way we are describing the new positions for faculty members. And that is the reason why we are attracting individuals like Seth, like Danny, like Holly Smith. And again, these are only 3 examples. I wanted to bring you an assistant professor, an associate, and a full, but this is go through the SOJC nowadays. Both the research faculty and the career faculty are bringing incredible energy and innovation to the school.
Well, thank you all for your time, and Danny too for his great presentation.
Yeah, I wanted to show this because I asked him just a simple video, and when I saw this, he edited the video and all that.
I'm glad we didn't have to follow that.
Yes, he's very excited what he does. And Danny Pimentel is here based in Portland.
Well, thank you. We'll look forward to meeting with you again and hearing more about your successes. So
Thank you so much.
next on our agenda, we have our research enterprise update. This is from Ansuman Razdan, who is our Vice President for Research and Innovation. I think they call you AR for short. And I know you've only been with us for a few months.
Yes.
So thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about your background and what brought you to the U of O, and then what we're seeing some amazing things happening here with research and awards from the NIH and everywhere else. So we're dying to hear about all that.
I'll try my best. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thanks to Carlos and colleagues for warming up the room with respect to research, but he's also a tough act to follow. So trustees, colleagues, and friends of the university, my name is Anshuman Razdan. I go by AR. It's a long story. It's worked for 30 years, so it stuck and it worked. So I'm just shy of 3 months to be at UO. I want to thank, honored by then Provost Phillips and now President Phillips to give me that opportunity, and very thankful to lead the research enterprise at UO. Usually you would have my predecessor, Cass Mosley, here giving you an update. I want to acknowledge and thank her for her service in leading the research enterprise, especially during the pandemic years. It was a tough time for everybody. So since this is my first time here, I thought I'd take certain latitude and maybe give you an introduction about myself and my approach to research. And I really am psyched and geeked, and if you notice a little bit of unbridled enthusiasm and excitement in my voice, in my presentation, you'll know why. So let's get this going. A little bit about the history, and this is something lately, as I've gotten gray hair, I've reflected on what I do, why I do, and why I wake up thinking about research and why I go to sleep thinking about research. And that really started as a young kid, 8, 9, 10-year-old. I grew up in India. My father was a reproductive zoologist, basically animal husbandry, and he used to hold extension camps during the summer, and that was my greatest joy, to tag along with him. And you have to understand the context. This is poor diet, heat stress, making many of the cattle underproductive. And so when they would treat these cattle and the joy, I would see the farmers really made me believe of the social and economic impact my father was having. He has passed away, so I get emotional about talking about him. Anyway, as they say, rest is history. I spent over 20 years at Arizona State University, another Pac-12 institution you might know about. And then last 6 years, I was at University of Delaware as Associate Vice President of Research before taking this opportunity here in Eugene. So sometimes I say naively, but really my approach to my own research and as a leader of the research enterprise is to think big and broadly. And you'll hear the themes of social and economic impact are going to resonate throughout my presentation. And it's all about impacting community socially and economically that drives sort of the research enterprise as we act collaboratively. So one of the things that I'm really excited about coming to Oregon and University of Oregon is because of the collegial environment of the university faculty and the researchers. It is really, really phenomenal because we don't have the silos and boundaries and have that excellent creative culture that I'm looking forward to working with. So as sort of a mission for my office, our job is to enable creation of knowledge, help researchers pursue discovery, and excel in innovation. And the way to do that is to prepare my office for that strategic growth by providing the scaffolding that is needed to make it happen. And really, the research office, my office, is a service organization. I remind myself and my staff every day that the way to excel for us is to be the best-in-class service organization to our customers, with our faculty and researchers. So how do we do it? We engage in multitude of ways with our faculty and researchers. We help them find opportunities. We manage grants, monies. We have amazing set of core facilities without which research wouldn't happen in many of the disciplines. I know some folks here have given to develop those core facilities, and if you haven't visited any of our core facilities, I would welcome you to campus, and I will go along with you on a tour. Those are fantastic state-of-the-art facilities. We worry about research integrity and also external engagement, and this is an area where I'm really excited about pursuing industry-sponsored research, economic development, spin-outs, and I'll talk a little more about it. So a lot around the campus, we have research priorities. We work with deans, we work with institutes, institute directors, provost office, finance, and we touch a lot of other units on campus as we help the research enterprise get going. And from our stakeholders are the sponsors, federal and state agencies, industry, foundations, philanthropic organizations, nonprofits, et cetera, that keep us going. So I like to think that our work, which starts helping faculty from ideation to submitting research proposals to executing research, but it's beyond that. I sometimes use the Buzz Lightyear thing, from infinity to beyond, and this is really the infinity is the frontier for us. So if you look at the arc of the knowledge, discovery, and innovation that I talked about, it's ultimately about impact, making an impact that drives us. And today I'm going to highlight the 4 kinds of impact that I think are very important, where we make a difference. So first and foremost is the research impact, and I won't bother you with the pie charts and stuff. They're there, you're used to seeing those. We get, last year were 180 million research awards with a variety of federal agencies. But the really exciting part is the information on the left. Our young faculty who got NSF Career Awards, 4 of them, 2 of them got NIH Early Career Awards. This is a testament to the investment we are making in those young faculty who are then just launching their research careers with these early career awards. And this is just the beginning. A star is just being born. But another important aspect of that is faculty honors, right? So one of the biggest achievement for a scientist is to be admitted to the National Academy. So Chuck Kimmel last year was elected to the National Academy of Sciences. Paul received the Bauer Award. Susan was elected to the National Academy of Inventors, and we have a multitude of people who were elected to AAAS. All this really improves the branding and reputation of the institution, which is important. That's part of the research impact. It's not all about the money. So student impact, and normally one would think intuitively I would talk about graduate students and postdocs, but today I want to talk about 2 undergraduate students. And not only the research had an impact while they were at University of Oregon, but how they are having that social and economic impact much after they have left. So Drew McLaughlin, she was did her BA in linguistics. She is now a postdoc in Basque, working on cognition, brain, and language. Today, where she is was impacted by being an undergraduate research fellow. So my office invests about $300,000 a year on undergraduate research fellowships and programs. Another example is Ted LeGros. He was a double major, applied math and computer science, and today he's the founder of an eye care company in Atlanta, again, having a social and economic impact. Next, I want to talk about institutional impact, and these are important because this is how we compare, this is the bragging rights, this is how we compare with our peers, with other institutions that are important because they're important for attracting new faculty, they're important for attracting graduate students to our organization, to our institution. And when people get recognized, like Leslie and Monty Westerfield, for bringing significant NIH funding, that's a moment of pride for the institution. Last but not least, it's the social and economic impact. So on the right, you can't read it, but it's a story about a faculty who built a tool for patient activation and measurement and spun out a company, and it was bought out by Insignia Health in January 2022. This is going to be impacting patients in healthcare business. Again, an example of social and economic impact, how we are making that happen. On the table on the left, you see sort of our stable of potential spin-outs that are waiting in the wings to make it happen. This is an area, as I mentioned before, I'm extremely excited about working with President Phillips, Bob Goldberg, Mike Anderson, and others to see how we can take a step function and jump forward in making more of these things happen. Innovation, economic development, industry-sponsored research, venture creation, these are very important topics, and they'll define our institution in the next 3 to 5 years. I hope we make a significant contribution in that area.
Can I just ask a couple questions? Because tech transfer is one of my favorite topics, actually.
Okay.
I'd love to hear more about what it would take to get to your 3 to 5 year goal and getting more companies to spit out of the research you all are doing, and then what sort of supports do you have for people of color and women to become entrepreneurs and take their brilliance and turn it into a business?
Excellent. So let me answer the second one first. So we just finished, no credit to me, the first year of Women Innovation Network, and we give a significant amount of money to, the expectation is not that they would start companies, but it is sort of like the baby steps in teaching a cohort about 8 or 9 women. They're paired with mentors and business people, just to understand what it takes to think about launching a business and stuff. So that's number one. The other part is there is a variety of factors to consider if you want to get to the next level. First of all, I think we have a lot of pieces of the puzzle are falling in place. One is just us, the acquisition of the Concordia campus. It really, really gives us a campus feel and a campus shingle to hang in Portland, because we can wait for the mountain to come to the Muhammad, but sometimes Muhammad has to go to the mountain. And I think that's what we have to do to show more presence in Portland. Then we have to create an ecosystem that would attract angel and venture capitalists to our ideas that we can put forth. I think this is an area where I'm really excited about working with some of my colleagues and President Phillips to make it happen. Hopefully, later this year or next year, we'll be able to tell you more about it.
Thank you.
Can I just add, I don't want to interrupt, but to add just one more thing, because one of our challenges is especially, we actually have a number of successful women, partially because our College of Education has historically been so strong in spin-outs and especially licensing revenue. They lead the institution. So that has not been our diversity challenge. But the diversity of our sciences has been low. And so you can't spin out companies when you don't have faculty of color in the areas where the spin-outs are going to happen. And so I think that's something that you'll be hearing more about from the provost over the coming year about that. So that's a longer time fuse. But the final thing I'll say, and I'm not alone in saying this, but sometimes I feel like I'm a voice out here, is the university has multiple roles in driving entrepreneurship and innovation. We really focus on, and this is AR's job for sure, how do we do this for the university community? But we have a world-class College of Business in a state that is hungry for our expertise and our leadership in this space. So I think the communities that you're highlighting exist in the state. They might not be at the University of Oregon, but we should be stepping forward to help them find the way forward and provide that convening leadership as much as anything. So that's something I'm personally dedicated to. And as AR says, I think that we're about to take some aggressive steps, hopefully, as we reorganize around this effort.
To Patrick's point, I've already started collaborating with Bruce Blonigan, the Dean of Lundquist Center. We are investing about $100,000 in Lundquist Center for Entrepreneurship, so that the business students and executive MBA students would be available to help business plan of the potential spin out. So there's work already going on.
Hey, let me ask you
Yes.
one more question. For a weird reason, I've been reading on innovation management, and
Yes.
it was mostly by a guy within 3M. So it's like, how do you develop a Post-it note or Velcro or something like that? But it was about the management of managing those scientists or those innovators. I'm hearing you almost more in that role. Oh, and my favorite quote, incidentally, from the book was, "Like humans, conception is a lot more fun than giving birth." Is that a fair assessment, that you're sort of a counselor as well as finder? And I mean, that's a real different role than I ever thought of as the AV for research.
Right. So first of all, you're extremely right. Ideation is much more a creative endeavor than what you talked about, giving birth. Starting companies I have done that, So it's a multitude of roles. It's a cheerleader, counselor, facilitator, and also opportunity bringer, if that's a word, to our faculty. There are many programs like iCore Hub and available where people are realizing that scientists and engineers do what they do best. Just like you can't turn every good scientist into a good administrator, you can't turn every good scientist into a CEO. So they need different kind of help. You need startup entrepreneurs who can work with those ideas and take those to the next level. Every angel and VC I stood in front of to make a pitch, first thing they asked was, who's your business team, right? So I think providing those kind of capabilities to people who have the ideas is extremely important. So, and so in that regard, you have to herd sort of cats, and I'm sort of the herder, not the only herder, but one of the roles that I play.
Well, and it feels like that's a bit of a change in the last, again, I keep thinking 25 years, that applied research was sort of a dirty word in academia, but it's much more, I think, what we're trying to accomplish now, and how we make that impact across the state and across the country, and it's really exciting.
That's right. When I started my career, I was told there are multiple shades of green for P&T purposes and stuff. Now, it's all green. And so what I mean by that is, and I don't want to venture into provost territory, but more and more progressive universities are taking patent spin-outs, et cetera, as equally important as publishing in leading journals and stuff. So it's all about, incentive drives behavior. So we have to figure out how to provide the right kind of incentives in that area. So looking to the future, which is always, I think, is brighter than today. So we have some core strengths at the university. Patrick, in his provost position, had identified, 5 strategic areas to pursue. So I put that as a box because they draw the strength from our core strengths within that. I'm really excited. Politics aside, this administration, there are some bills and laws that have been passed that in turn are providing large amount of funding, Department of Energy, in renewables and hydrogen, the CHIPS Act, et cetera, and therefore these agencies are getting more money, which in turn helps our prospects. So I won't go through this, but the box lists some of the opportunities that are going to be upcoming for us to pursue in big way. I don't mean on an individual faculty, individual PI basis, but going after bigger centers or bigger opportunities. So I was going to end there, and when the slides were due a couple of weeks ago, we snuck in a teaser slide, not knowing whether the announcement will happen or not. So fortunately, around September, just after Labor Day, we formally heard about the EDA funding. Now, this project, I know the board has heard about this before, and it's been on again, off again. So overall, EDA funded over $41 million to the Oregon around the mass timber idea. And sometimes people get confused about different projects within this umbrella of funding. So the 2 projects that relate to University of Oregon, one is more on the research level, that's led by Professor Judith Shine. But bigger dollar-wise is this Oregon Acoustic Research Lab. That'll be totally about $18.75 million. That will be built on Terminal 2 of the port in Portland. And not only is that exciting from the point of view of building this lab, and the port has decided to dedicate this Terminal 2, which is not used for marine business, to be a mass timber cluster of industry and research. So not only is that exciting that we'll have this project going in the port, but it opens up the door for many more collaborations with those that will be at the terminal. So tomorrow morning, we are going to go visit. It looks a little desolate right now, but 3 to 5 years from now, I think it's going to be really a gem here in Portland, and just one more place for University of Oregon to show its presence in Portland. I think that's the important message I want to say. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Just a call back to the members of the board who've been around a while. Some of you will recall authorizing spending, and that was about $8 million or something like that for this project. Costs started going up, and so we decided that we couldn't do it, and so the federal government coming in. So $10 million more than the original authorization, and we don't have to pay for it. So for the most part, AR knows that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and so there's always that risk. But super grateful to
basically what's about 7 years of work to get to this point. And that's also an object lesson. You really, these things have very long lead periods, but you have to be ready to take the opportunity when it's there. And also great work by our federal group and our grants group, and persistence by the College of Design faculty. It's great signal for what the university is, as well as how we can partner. Oregon State, obviously, major partner in this, but also now these new state agencies that we've never partnered with before. That is a great opportunity and a little scary because we got to figure out each other's culture. So.
And we are working on governance documents and stuff like that. I'm really excited about working with the port. There's a great deal of excitement on both sides. And in due course of time, my colleagues in finance and construction will come before you when the time is right for construction approvals and such project.
Does anybody have any more questions or comments for AR? We are happy to have you at the university, and we will, I know, benefit from your forward thinking. And what more would we want from a VP of Research and Innovation than someone that wakes up thinking of research and falls asleep thinking of research?
That you got that right. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda is the UO Portland overview. We have Jane Gordon, our Vice Provost for UO Portland, who will tell us about everything that's going on.
Well, no, I can't.
Welcome, and thank
I'm
you for
gonna talk-
having us on your
Yeah,
campus.
that's the first thing I was going to say. Thank you for inviting me to be with you today. And it's been wonderful over the years to host the board here in Portland and for you to be a partner in UO Portland's evolution. So I'm going to talk for about 13 or 14 minutes and then answer any questions you have. And really, it's going to be a quick overview. So the first thing is I want to point out this picture that was chosen by Heidi Hyacin, who's our communications associate. Seems really perfect for this moment because it's a view into the city and the Portland region with trees and flowers as a border, illustrating how we're soon going to be in a setting with more nature, but still connected to the urban core as well as the entire region. So today I wanted to talk to you about my four goals today are to talk to you, to give you some context, share some new developments, provide a brief description of the work that's being done to bring the new campus to life, and some of the early visioning. So I've presented this board many times. Although those of you who are new have not heard the whole history of it, I'm not going to go into a whole long history of UO Portland, but UO has been continuously in Portland since the 1800s, when both the law school and the medical school, which is now OHSU, opened. And I want to emphasize continuously, because there really has not been a gap, which is amazing. So we've been in various locations, Willamette Block in downtown beginning in 1987, and then a move to White Stag across the street in 2008, and the College of Business consolidating in the building that we're in right now in 2017. The distinguishing feature of the Portland programs are their strong connection with professional life. And I wish that Patrick was in the room because I was going to say, we'll have to repeat it when he comes back, but President Phillips has dubbed the Portland campus as the launch to life, which is really accurate. The programs are strategically located here so that professionals can teach and mentor and provide internships, and students and faculty are a part of regional conversations, have access to up-to-date industry expertise, and serve the Portland region, which is, of course, Oregon's population center in diverse communities and as part of the economic engine for the state. The size of our campus has allowed for special synergies. Currently, we offer graduate degrees in architecture, historic preservation, sports product design, strategic communication, multimedia journalism, the Oregon Executive MBA, sports product management, and students can do their third year of law here. As I said, those are all graduate programs. And Patrick, you missed my saying how you call it the launch to life.
Oh, good.
And how I think that's very accurate. So anyway, I said I was going to have to repeat it when you came back. So those are graduate programs, and then also undergraduate students in product design spend their last year here in Portland. We also have research and community connections through the Agori Journalism Center, which Dean Molita talked a little bit about earlier, Urbanism Next, Energy Studies and Building Lab, which you just heard of their big development coming up with the Acoustics Lab, Prevention Science Institute, and the Labor Education and Research Center. So in addition to these programs, the university has obviously has robust student recruitment, activity with alumni, public, private, and civic engagements and partnerships in the Portland region. In 2016, we created a vision and ultimately a 5-year strategy to pull all of this together. So again, at the time, we worked with the board on this, and the vision was expressed as bridges with the concept of movement in both directions. So when you think about learning and doing, you're learning in the classroom, you're going out in the field and working with professionals and bringing that, what you've learned there back into the classroom and back again. So look at all of these bridges as going back and forth. Students to alumni, inquiry to impact, of course, is an obvious one. Again, you're researching, discovering, having an impact, having that impact your next research. So once the vision was created, we embarked on a 5-year strategic plan that has just concluded. And there were really significant accomplishments associated with each of our strategies, and we issued a report related to this in 2021. If anyone's interested in it, I can share that with you. So it's not possible to describe all of UO Portland's developments in news, and of course, other units like advancement, alumni relations, and communications would have updates to share as well, but I'm just going to highlight 5 of them. So the Portland Internship Experience, which we fondly call PIE, because then we get to eat pie at our celebration events, is an example of a successful outcome of our vision and strategic goals, because our vision and strategic goals some of them related to undergraduate students and expanding experiential learning by connecting to opportunities in the Portland region. So thanks to the very generous support from Trustee Horniker, supplemented by others, we just completed the 2nd year of this program, or maybe this might be the last week, Lisa, I'm not sure. I think it's around the last week of this year. So these are paid internships in the Portland region. We hosted 30 students last year and 52 this year, and it's a collaboration between UO Portland, University Advancement, and the University Career Center. The pillars of the program are accessibility, which relates to the stipend, so having access because a student doesn't need to work, as well as we've looked at every aspect of how the program is structured to support accessibility. Another pillar is professional development, which means there's a very clear focus on career readiness during the internship and also service to the region. The internship sites are small businesses, nonprofit, educational, and/or civic agencies owned by people who have been historically underrepresented or disadvantaged, and organizations committed to racial or social justice. It's a wraparound cohort model that includes a multi-day orientation and professional development work during the summer. And we are excited that we are launching PIE 3 tomorrow. So another development I wanted, and it was mentioned already today, was that the School of Journalism and Communication is going to have a new master's in immersive media communication here. You voted on this in a previous meeting. And again, that'll be based in Portland. The College of Education will be, as of 2 weeks from now, offering their master's in school psychology degree in Portland. So that exists in Eugene, and they're bringing it to Portland as well. And that's a really wonderful development, as the U of O is the only public institution that offers this degree, and there's clearly a need for an increase in the school psychology workforce. The 4th one I have listed is the Balmer Institute, so that's clearly a very significant development. Leadership and faculty have been extremely busy working on many aspects. I'm saying this in such a nice way, extremely busy. They are like drinking from multiple fire hydrants, working on many aspects related to this launch, and in particular, the curriculum for the proposed undergraduate degree that will bring students to the new Portland campus for their 3rd and 4th year of study. And Randy Camphouse, the interim director, is going to be providing an update right when I'm done. And then the Northeast campus. So of course you're well aware of that development, as the campus was purchased subject to your authorization. So now it is a matter of bringing a campus to life. Turns out this is an exciting and intensively detailed project. So the first thing, thank goodness, we persuaded Chuck Triplett, who's here, waved everybody, to come from our Eugene campus. He has a perfect skill set and a really enthusiastic approach to tackle this major piece of work. He works out of the new campus every day, and we won't talk about everything he does every day, but it's a lot of detail, a lot of work. So we created these 9 activation teams illustrated here. And we've developed multiple subgroups that cross-cut the teams as well. These are populated by the experts and doers from both Eugene and Portland campuses, and we're grateful for the amazing amount of time and commitment that so many of our colleagues have given to this project. So I just want to highlight a couple things. I can't talk about all the things that we've been doing over the months since we last saw you, but I'll highlight a few. So we started work with an architecture firm in the spring to ensure that faculty on 9-month contracts could participate in the conversations. That was President Phillips' idea to do that, and so we got going. And the architects did engage with faculty and staff from all of the current programs as well as the Balmer Institute. They're just concluding this first phase, which relates to the allocation of space, which, and I don't know whether, Patrick, you're going to talk about this later, but the allocation of space, which under President Phillips moved away from the norms of school and college silos. So that's all I'll say about it now. I don't know. We'll talk more about it later. So we're going to be moving to contracting. The next stage will be contracting once the allocation is formalized to refresh the campus and then renovations. So part of this process has meant that we're now able to project timelines. And can I say the reality of that? Okay. The reality, I was like, I didn't clear this. The reality, so the reality is that some of the programs located here in Old Town will not be able to move by the fall of 2023, instead likely 1 year later. So that means that we'll be maintaining 2 campuses here in Portland for a year, which we will prepare to do. So again, each of the activation teams have been working hard, and many have begun to make recommendations and proposals.
Hey, Jane, excuse me, was there a main reason logistically it's just hard to get it all into one spot?
Yeah, well, just the renovation. So as you remember, when we toured, Steve, that main big building, Luther, like the first one I think we went through, just needs major
So
renovations.
it's just ability to get it ready.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's entirely driven by the construction cycle. There's a design cycle as well, and we've made an institutional commitment to not let that slow us down. And that normally these things are multi-year processes, but it's just literally getting the work done is just sobering. And today, and this is a recurring theme for this board, is the construction environment is difficult right now.
There's no animosity among the city of Portland employees about University of Oregon that they might.
Jane is the perfect person because she's engaged, but no, remember we're still in Portland.
No, I understand. I got that. But.
No, it was
different parts of Portland.
No, I think the interesting thing was that we were prepared to have some sort of pushback about leaving Old Town, and instead, I think everyone was so glad that Concordia was being taken care of because there was a lot of fear about that. So no, we haven't had that at all.
Not from the city permit issue.
We haven't started yet. We'll let you know next week.
But Tim, that is correct. That is part of the timeline. Is permitting is variable and could take many, many months. And so we can't count on that to when we have to have students ready to go a year from now.
Yeah, so Darren Dealey and Mike Harwood, who will oversee that, are going to do a CMGC process that'll get kicked off pretty soon here, and have various architects and people working on the buildings. Anyway, back to a couple other recommendations. The housing and dining team have recommendations. So, for example, the housing teams look through like which resident halls to bring online first. We're not going to bring them all online. We'll bring on a few first, the ones which have kitchens, because we won't have full dining the first year either. So the dining team is recommending bringing the coffee and cafe shop, which those of you who've toured the campus or those of you who go this evening can see there's already a spot for that. We're going to have an RFQ process and see who in Portland wants to come there, have some micro markets and vending options. And, we've talked about lots of things. Do we propose to the neighborhood that we have food carts? Do we have a farmer's market? So, we'll work with community around that too. We have we're beginning to plan community open houses to do those once quarterly, hoping to have one in October, and then some bigger events when we're closer. We debated that for a while. Do we have a big event and then go away for a year? Do we have some smaller events? And we opted to have some smaller conversations first, and then some bigger community and other events when we're closer to moving in. Another activation team is the future of White Stag and NATO, which are these buildings. So White Stag, as you may know, is owned by the U of O Foundation, and this building is on a long-term lease. And they're both about to go on the market. The foundation will be seeking either a sale or a lease of the White Stag building, and we'll be looking for a subtenant in this building. So as I mentioned earlier, some of us will continue to be in Old Town for 2 years. We knew we'd be in Old Town this year, and we'll be here. Some of us will be here for another year. And as we've discussed safety and security with the board over time, I wanted to highlight that we have enhanced safety precautions more over the past year and have some more plans. So for example, we have fencing around our parking lot behind White Stag. Neither building is open to the public anymore. So as you know, you might have had a hard time opening the door today because we don't leave the doors unlocked. We have more security personnel. We offer contributions to Lyft for our students to come and go from class. We also have a Safe Walk program. And then this fall, we're making arrangements with a parking garage that's about 2 blocks from here in a building that's vacated, so they're looking for parking tenants. So the university is going to make that parking affordable to faculty, staff, and students, and then we're going to employ an additional guard to literally be on a bicycle between that building 2 blocks away, coming past this building to White Stag and back again. So I just wanted to let you know, because I know that you're often interested in that. So those are some of the logistical pieces related to the campus, and now I want to turn more to the way in which we've been inspired by the move. So Patrick's calling it the 100-year campus. We like that phrase too. You're gonna be like go to SOJC and do these slogans. So former President Schill and then Provost Phillips believed it was really important to engage UO leadership to look at the opportunities for UO in Portland. And so we had a retreat this past July, and that timing was related to building on that enthusiasm as well as in time to inform space allocation. So almost every dean, vice president, vice provost attended a 2-day retreat in that building that's on the picture there. And it was really gratifying and inspiring to have the leaders from Eugene in Portland in one place for a day and a half. It was great. The first day, we kicked it off with kind of a regional perspective so that our colleagues in Eugene who maybe aren't in Portland as much, hearing a little bit of a regional perspective. So you'll recognize some of these names: John Tapania from Echo Northwest, City Commissioner Carmen Rubio, and Rakaya Adams, just finishing her term as Chief Investment Officer for Meyer Memorial Trust, gave great presentations and did a panel and really inspired the conversations that followed. So after that, our groups identified key ideas around community and industry engagement and partnerships. And then after that, we had 3-minute presentations from everyone at the university: the deans, the heads of the initiatives, administrative and support units, focusing on their aspirational goals about being in the Portland region, and of course discussions, and that was just day 1. So then the next day worked on prioritizing goals, identifying opportunities, and generating related questions. So these are in your materials. I'm not going to read them all, but these were at the end of the retreat, the aspirational goals. And I want to just point out one which really is of deep significance, which is number 6. And we're already using that phrase a lot when we're talking about what we're doing, which is Balmer first. And just to say that we're really committed to the success of the Institute and creating an infrastructure on that campus to support the faculty, students, and goals less than a year from now, around a year from now when they're all there. So we think about them all of the time and making sure, of course, the move of all of these programs is super important, but we're already here in Portland. We're steady state. We just need to get over to the other side of Portland, but we really are focused a lot on what it will mean for Balmer to start there. This is a really significant and special time for the U of O and the Portland region, as well as specifically the Portland campus. Operating in a much more interdisciplinary way and working together to leverage and amplify the university's engagement with and impact on the Portland region will undoubtedly launch an awesome period in this university's history. So the last thing is the picture from the retreat. So those of you who are in the picture, you can now see this picture. So this was after a day and a half, and look, everyone still looks happy. And that's because really there is a palpable sense of enthusiasm and a commitment to continue the work of the retreat in everyone's schools, colleges, and units. And the final thing was a recommendation coming from the retreat for a centralized group to help with coordinating and ongoing strategic planning. So that concludes my comments and pictures. So any questions? You're exhausted.
How are you doing, Jane?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, Steve.
You got full plate.
It's exciting. It's good. It's good work.
It's a great attitude. It is great work.
Okay, well, if no one has questions, I guess you,
No, I was just saying thank you. Thank you for
Yeah.
the work.
It was a
Jane-
good report, and maybe you're going to have to change launch to life to bridge to life.
Jane, did you start? Sorry that I had to take care of biological functions. But did you start with an overview of the timeline of? I just want to
No. So that you heard everything I said about moving?
not
Oh.
retrospectively.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
want everybody to remember that we are a university that is doing things differently on time scale. So will you just remind everybody of when you first brought the idea to the fore versus when we engaged on the property versus when we got secured the commitment from the donors to when we actually closed?
So, this, those of you who live in the Portland region know this property, that had closed right around March of 2020. It was super sad. I mean, the staff and faculty left in March of 2020, and then the pandemic struck, and they never went back. So those of us who toured early on saw, literally crumbs on the tables. So that happened, and I first went on the property. Something reminded me of it, and I went on June of last year, so June of 2021, during the heat wave of June. And I don't know, that property just really seemed amazing to me. Plus, Falbian right next door, that had been abandoned by the fact that Concordia closed, which made us all start to think about how our School of Education and Psychology could potentially work with Falbian, which then again, with the work of then Provost Phillips and others, became a way bigger deal. So that first summer, we looked at it, and the work started with thinking about the prospective ask to the bombers. Thank goodness for Kevin Reed, who started a group to start talking about what all the real estate issues would be. And we met every week, and every week I was like, why are we talking about this? This is never going to happen. Why are we doing this? And thank goodness he did this, because the day after the bombers first indicated they would be interested, we got a call from our realtor saying that another entity was interested. And so we were able, because Kevin had gotten this going, to within 2 days give an offer, a letter of, what was that called? A
Letter of interest.
Letter of interest. So it's incredible teamwork to have this happen, but really it's been a year since June that anyone from the university stepped on that property for this intention. I mean, they might have been there for other reasons.
Jane, I think it was late May, early June that you let Mike A. and a few others know about this property, and you started raising that issue. So.
Yeah.
What were you saying was next door?
Oh, so there's a school called Falbion, Faubion, and that is a K through 8. Actually, it's babies through 8-year-old school, eighth grade. And they had been given land by Concordia University to build the school. It was an existing school, and they rebuilt it there. And the idea was that Concordia's College of Education I don't know what they're called, college or School of Education, was literally built into that school. And they were working together to support that school, which has a very interesting model. And 2 years later, Concordia closed.
And so the school with it.
Well, the College of Education closed with it, yes, but Falbian School is still there. Sorry. Falbian School is still there, and they are literally on literally on our property, because we actually technically own some property that we have to figure out. But they're there, and they're very excited about this. Randy, who'll talk to you soon, has met with him. We've met with them as neighbors, just met with the principal again a couple weeks ago. And so they're super excited about our coming there and the different partnerships that will mean. But meanwhile, this gift was so large that it also will be serving the entire district as well as other districts and ultimately the state. But initially the thought was, oh, we can kind of step in for where they were, but the gift ended up being large enough to do more than that.
Albion is operated by Portland Public School.
Yeah, it's Portland Public School. So when Concordia closed, the school, it was that was given back to, I mean, all of the space in the school is Portland Public's.
Thanks. I just wanted everybody to be reminded that when they set foot this afternoon, this is unusual. And the phrase that Jane, something like this, used with me recently is basically dream it into being. And that's why we're enthusiastic about the University of Oregon. And we just don't have to emphasize enough. Extraordinary philanthropy allows you to do great things quickly and really change the institution quickly. And the response, as we'll hear in a second from Randy, about what we're accomplishing has been off the charts. So it's but particularly grateful to Kevin, as Jane already said, but to Jane herself for holding the fort down in Portland for so many years. She and I scheming about what we were going to do, and then and now we have the tremendous opportunity and burden of being successful in this next huge thing, and that's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, but it is great. One thing we mentioned was, I don't know if we knew this the last time we talked to you, the thing that has gotten the most interest is the field, which is next to us. We have heard from everybody who wants that field. So for a long time we could say we don't own it yet, and then we had to not say that anymore. But we're still holding off. We're learning we have to get it fixed up, and then we're going to figure out how that's going to work. But yeah, anyway, that was sort of an interesting thing to learn. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you also for engaging the community here at White Stag. I mean, it's a testament to you that people aren't saying, why are you leaving? And the community at Concordia, because what I hear is that the neighborhood is really excited to have us, and it could have gone the other way too.
They're really excited. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we're on our last agenda item, the Ballmer Institute update, with Randy Campus, who's serving as our interim executive director. You all know Randy because he was the dean of the College of Education prior to this, and so we're excited to hear what's going on at Ballmer.
Thanks for having us. Let me move here by the microphone. It's good to see everyone again, and thanks for this opportunity to give you an update on the Ballmer Institute. I'd like to introduce my colleague who you may have seen less frequently, and this is Dr. Julie Wren on my left. She's the Associate Director of the Ballmer Institute and really the driving force behind all of our day-to-day activities. And I'll tell you a little bit more about the great work she's done with our faculty on the curriculum. So we have a very brief presentation for you today. I look forward to your questions. We are at the Ballmer Institute, as you know, because you've been, I think, looking at us for some months now and wondering how we're doing. We are trying to face a problem that has not been faced yet by American society, and as we're finding out, by societies around the world, and that is meeting the behavioral health needs of children and adolescents. So how are we going to face that? At the University of Oregon, we have extraordinary strength, as AR mentioned to you, in psychology and neuroscience and prevention science, etc. So we have been facing the crisis of children's mental health and promoting children's behavioral health and well-being for decades through our research. Secondly, we've been trying to support children's behavioral health and development with our outreach services at various clinics across campus. We'll be doing all that in the Ballmer Institute. We'll be supporting children with breakthroughs in research, as we've done in the past. We'll make breakthroughs in service delivery, as I'll describe briefly. But today I'm going to speak only about the breakthrough in workforce development, where we leverage our educational expertise to prepare a new professional. So our tentative title is the Child Behavioral Health Specialist, and this is our description of the profession as created by our faculty, our 20-plus faculty who have been working on the curriculum. It's an important definition because the definition has several characteristics I think that are important. Number one is we're trying to fill out the workforce ladder for children's behavioral and mental health. In comparison to the healthcare ladder, where we have doctoral providers, we have master's providers, bachelor's providers, associate degree providers, etc. In the behavioral health field, we have doctoral providers, master's providers, and then it falls off after that. So the breakthrough that needs to be made is at the bachelor's degree level. The exciting thing about the philanthropic support for creating a new profession is that it gives us the rare opportunity to do just that. And it's not easy to do. This is why this bachelor's level profession does not exist. So we have the financial resources to leverage our intellectual resources to be the first in the country to offer a bachelor's degree in children's behavioral health, which is extraordinary for any university. And it's well aligned with our mission, and that is to create the new. So it's a very exciting effort on the part of the university. And I'll give you some more details about the contours of this profession. So we are going to create a larger workforce and hopefully in about 5 years graduate 200 providers per year, which is a large number when you think of physicians, for example, and school psychologists, as was mentioned earlier, and other related professions. So quantity is going to be one of our goals. But we also are going to distinguish this workforce by creating a workforce of a different kind that's going to focus on promoting the well-being of children, promoting the resilience of children, giving adolescents the strategy to avoid engaging in high-risk behaviors, for example. And we're going to identify children who are, at this point, not readily identified with mild problems and try to prevent those problems from becoming worse. So promotion and prevention is going to characterize much of the coursework, as you'll see in a few moments. Why do that? Why focus on promotion and prevention? Well, it's because about 80% of children and adolescents are not yet recognized, or their needs not being directly met as far as behavioral health goes. So we know, and we've introduced you to these statistics previously, that about 20% of children have a mental health disorder or a condition that needs some sort of treatment. But all of us have risk of one sort or another in healthcare and behavioral and mental health areas as well. And so we want to create the first profession to work with children and adolescents to promote the well-being of 70% of our children. And that's our children who have so-called normal risk, because no one is risk-free. We have some recent data to suggest that 70% of our children with normal risk have about 1.5 symptoms of a mental health disorder. And that's why it's called normal risk, and no one is risk-free. So there's not a workforce designed to meet the needs of those children. Similarly, 10% of children have 3 or 4 symptoms of a mental health disorder that may or may not be recognized by teachers, parents, or other adults in their lives. And it's important to, number one, recognize the nature of that risk, but reduce that risk or eliminate or put that risk into within normal limits in order to save the suffering and the societal cost associated with a mental health disorder. So this is our workforce of a different kind, a promotion and prevention workforce. What does it look like? There are about 25 new courses that have been drafted by our faculty. They'll start through our governance process this week. And as Patrick mentioned, we set records for the development of this curriculum. Typically, in any university setting, we're like everyone else in that we might spend 6 months or 2 years creating a new undergraduate curriculum proposal. Our faculty, working from March through May, were able to complete the work in 3 months. And there were no shortcuts taken. So instead of the usual process of developing a new curriculum by meeting once a month with your colleagues or once every other week with your colleagues to plan this out over a period of many months, our faculty, working under the direction of Julie, met at least 2 times a week. And there was considerable work done in between those 2 meetings. So the quality of the undergraduate curriculum, I think you'll find to be self-evident. And the reason it is a very strong curriculum is because our faculty put in extraordinary amounts of time and applied their talent. So harkening back to Patrick's remarks, we've set new records without taking any shortcuts. The 6-course series on diversity, equity, and inclusion is rather unusual and really exciting. You saw this in the definition of our bachelor's degree professional, this emphasis on access, on inclusion, on fairness, and it's reflected in the curriculum. Also, unusually, the last 5 academic quarters, their junior and senior years, will be devoted to 700 hours of supervised practice in schools, community and healthcare settings. So this is very much a practitioner degree, not unlike a bachelor's degree in nursing, for example, in the healthcare field. The training opportunities initially will occur in and around the Northeast corridor of Portland. Portland Public Schools, Park Rose Schools, and David Douglas Schools. So those are our 3 initial training partners for the junior year clinical training. And if you visit our website, Children's Behavioral Health at uoregon.edu, you'll see our advertisements there for our faculty hiring program. So thanks to the extraordinary gift, we're able to staff this undergraduate degree program with a new faculty.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Is the plan someday to have sort of like a in-service opportunity or summer institute opportunity for teachers who are not going through to get the master's or the bachelor's in this program, but to really do mass training and support, maybe even coaching, like push-in coaching at the school level? Because so many teachers, every teacher needs this, and you can't get there fast enough. So how do you scale it?
I know. We're starting.
Yeah, I know.
So this is the slide, which is our entree into supporting the existing workforce. And as you say, Toya, everyone's anxious to get this training because they deal with the behavioral and emotional diversity in their classroom every day. And at the pre-service level, they often didn't have that training. So we feel the pressure, and we will get there as soon as possible. This is our start, and this is the 3-course graduate course sequence that Julie and colleagues created for area educators. And the 3 courses, this beginning in the coming weeks. Fall term will be strategies for helping students develop self-regulation skills. The winter term course will focus on trauma and stress and how to help children and families deal with that. And the spring course will focus on healthy relationships, including a child or adolescent's relationship with the media and social media, for example. All 3 extraordinarily timely topics. And as you suggest, they filled up overnight. And this is why you didn't see advertisements for these courses, because we knew we only had the capacity for 2 sections of 45 educators each until we hire our faculty this year. So the faculty resource is what's going to help us scale up. And then on the final slide, I'll give you an indication of what that scale up looks like. These teachers, we think, are going to be important resources to their colleagues in their schools because everyone's eager to develop these competencies in order to better support their students. And so we think that these educators that will be going through the program this year will be key opinion leaders in their schools going forward, and help bring new strategies, new classroom activities to their colleagues in their buildings.
Randy, where's that
set of classes occurring?
It will be remote delivered. One section will be delivered remotely from here, and then the other one from Eugene.
Does it also involve practical components as well in schools?
Our faculty did a great job of designing project-based learning activities for the courses. So the goal with these courses is that the activities in the classroom will be such that they can be practiced with colleagues in the classroom, and teachers can take it to their building the next day and try it out with their students. So that will be the project focus of the curriculum. How did we create these curricula? Through a lot of consultation. This is another example of how we did it quickly without taking shortcuts. So we partnered with a variety of groups in the Portland metropolitan area to try to do a better job of informing the undergraduate curriculum in a variety of ways, but particularly in diversity, equity, inclusion sorts of topics. And here is a partial list. We're having trouble counting the meetings we've had because math is hard, and it's and we don't have a definition of a meeting. So we're trying to figure that out, but it's probably a few hundred meetings. So this is just a sampling, and under faculty curriculum development, guest speakers, that was really interesting. We brought in speakers to interact with our faculty, and it was educational, I think, for both groups. So we invited the OHSU School of Nursing program coordinators down to speak to our faculty in Eugene, the Children's Institute, Portland Public Schools, the Muskogee County Schools, because they have a prevention services unit, Northwest Portland Area Indian Health Board, our local Teacher Standards and Practices Commission, the UO Autism Advisory Group, and the HEDCO Institute for Evidence-Based Educational Practice. So those are groups that we invited in, and then Julie and I met with these other groups remotely and sometimes in person. We had a couple good meetings with the School of Social Work Dean and a center director, for example, at Portland State University. We had a wonderful meeting with the Muslim Education Trust that was quite educational for us, and they were delightful folks. We met with the APANO group, the Asian Pacific American Network of Oregon, the Coalition of Communities of Color, the Black Parenting Initiative was another just delightful group of folks of great talent and great intentions. And because we're creating a new profession, we want to align ourselves and differentiate ourselves from the existing behavioral health care workforce. And so we met with the Oregon School Psychology Association, the Association of Social Workers, and School Counseling Association, among others. So Patrick and I, when we were speaking about the Ballmer Institute early on after the launch, we talked about this notion of co-creation, and this is how we tried to bring that to life. And so you'll see the influence of many of these meetings in our curriculum.
Randy, I'm curious, you talk about like trauma-informed instruction. I'm just curious, did you go, like there's been groups that have been teaching that for a long time. How did you tap into some of these groups that are, in organizations that are already doing some pieces of this, but not in the, in a comprehensive way?
You're correct, Marcia. It's ubiquitous, this training. And so we met with the Trauma Informed Network at Portland State University, for example, and they're doing wonderful work in this area, primarily, however, at the policy level, not as much as the direct instruction level, but several of these institutions are providing in-service training, other sorts of learning workshops, and et cetera, for educators and other groups. I think we're going to differentiate ourselves by our faculty creating a trauma-informed coursework and components of that coursework based upon some of the latest science, and that's really exciting. So we're very fortunate to have a faculty in place with that expertise. And based upon faculty expertise as to how you roll out trauma-informed instructional practices, for example, for various subgroups in the population. So, differentiating approaches for boys and girls and kids of color and kids of different income, things of that nature. So those are a couple of the emphases of our faculty throughout the curriculum development process. What's the evidentiary basis so that we're providing teachers with strategies that have high probability of working? And secondly, how do you adapt those strategies for various subgroups to maximize success with those strategies? So that much of the work of the Balmer Institute comes down to faculty talent. And they've done an extraordinary job for us.
I'll just say a couple things. Marsha's question is why I asked mine earlier, because I know that there was a proliferation of these opportunities for districts to really do trauma-informed care right after the Student Success Act. There was a lot of money out there to do it with no real definition on what it looks like and what it should do and how to make sure it's effective. And so making sure that the Balmer Institute can help districts discern which of these programs make most sense would be great. And I just, back to your list, I mean, I looked at this list and couldn't think of a whole lot more people who should be on this list. So the work and time and energy you're putting into engaging partners is clear. It's coming back to other folks in the community. And so I just really appreciate that. And just wanted to ask a quick question about conversations with PSU and community colleges sort of beyond the sort of School of Social Work and other places where there might be a natural fit. Just wanted to get a thumbnail of what that's looking like and how those conversations are going.
Yes. Would you like to address that? Early. We spoke with community colleges early on in this process because they were eager and interested, and they have related degree programs, for example, in addiction counseling, for example, at the associate degree level. So they were natural partners for us. So we had meetings with Mount Hood and Clackamas and Portland Community College early on. Our meetings with PSU were primarily with social work up to this point. But the discussion points in those meetings was primarily about collaborating on coursework and different ways of accessing this degree program. So if we really are dedicated to inclusion, we want to have multiple access points for students to get into this degree program. Again, we can't move fast enough, but right now, basically, we have to take most of our students into the University of Oregon as first-year students, and then we'll have a few transfer students, as you see in this slide, about 50 in fall of 23. Once the degree program is approved, we think moving to the Portland campus for their third and fourth year, their junior and senior clinical training years. So that is one entry point, but we could do much better than that. So our conversations, which will continue once we get the curriculum approved, and I think we'll be able to have more fruitful conversations, will be around how do we align a 2-year degree from one of the community colleges with a third and fourth year at the University of Oregon, because that allows us, we think, to be much more inclusive of the Portland population, of rural populations, of coastal populations, if we can partner with institutions like that.
If I could add just a little bit more, because there's a broader framework as well in terms of engagement with especially Portland State. I've been having a number of conversations with the provost, Susan Jeffords, there about what we could do. Just to continue to remind you, this is moving so fast, it's really hard to have everything in place. So I think there's the goodwill side of this. And then there's the actual building, the execution. And I'll say a few things about this later this evening, but I think we're poised with the strengths at PSU, OHSU, and the U of O through the Balmer Institute, all in different lanes, but all critically important to the big vision would be to make Portland a national center for mental and behavioral health for children with all the different components being addressed. state institutions like the U of O and especially Portland State don't always have the resources to fill out without philanthropy. And so it'd be great if the state and federal government maybe would find ways of amplifying on that. But those are the conversations we've been having. And I want to get out more in front of those publicly so that those communities, especially the faculty and administration and students at those institutions, feel that this is an opportunity for them as well, and not a threat to whatever they're trying to accomplish, because this is something unique and different from what's going on at any other campus, certainly in Oregon, but as Randy pointed out, in the world. So,
What's the plan for connection with the Fabian School? Is that gonna be?
Yeah, we will be partnering first with about a half dozen middle schools in Portland Public Schools for that small cohort of 50 rising juniors in the fall of 23. But after that, we will expand to additional schools in the district. At this point, we don't have a specific plan for Fabian. These are some of our milestones to give you a sense for where we're going in the next 5 years with regard to this curricular intervention. We have 90 graduate students, also known as educators, enrolled in that graduate level certificate program. There are the 50 sophomores that will be juniors next year at the Portland campus once the degree program is approved. We're hiring a significant number of faculty over the next 1 to 3 years, about 25 in total, 10 tenure track and 15 clinical professor faculty to work in schools. Permanent executive director, that hiring process is underway. We'll move to the campus next summer with Jane and her crew. And we'll be developing a framework for a service delivery model for promotion and prevention. So we have many service delivery programs in schools at this point in time, special education, multi-tiered systems of support, etc. And to help this profession become part of the school culture and collaborate with other professionals on the school campus, we have to figure out how to incubate a space where child behavioral health specialists can thrive as a profession, and where all school professionals can be part of the effort to promote behavioral health and prevent children from getting to the point of developing a disorder or a condition. So that is going to be an exciting effort that we're planning for January. And we'll do that in collaboration with many individuals, our faculty, but also with our 3 inaugural school districts. Year 3, this is what you can anticipate. About 200 graduate students enrolled in the certificate program. I know it's not enough, Toya, but we'll do as best we can. We really cannot grow fast enough. You're absolutely right. We should have 150 juniors and seniors at the Portland campus going through their clinical rotations in their last 5 academic terms. We'll have 400 child behavioral health lower division majors in Eugene. We'll finish our faculty hiring, I'm quite certain, by then. We'll have the service delivery model that we're planning in place for schools actually functioning in our 3 inaugural school districts, and we'll have a permanent method for achieving state licensure for our graduates. Julie has found a way to get them licensed immediately upon graduation. But we want to do better than that. We'd love to have a dedicated license for child behavioral health specialists and have one of the first in the country of those. And I'm confident Julie can get that done in 3 years. Year 5, this is what we'll look like. We'll have 300 graduate students or educators in the certificate program. Our first 150 graduates will enter the workforce. We'll have about 800 child behavioral health majors across the Eugene and Portland campuses. You'll see an increasing amount of high impact, often externally funded research coming from the Ballmer Institute faculty that we've hired. Our service delivery programs will be expanded across Oregon, across school districts. We'll have identified a national accreditor. We've had some preliminary conversations about that are very helpful. And planning will probably be underway for additional graduate programs, maybe a master's program, maybe other academic programs to come from the Ballmer Institute. So those are our remarks, and this returns us to, I think, the initial slide where we really want to emphasize, and our faculty are really dedicated to inclusion and fairness and access to all the Ballmer Institute academic programs. Ginevra?
This may be a question for you, madam. Tell me what your vision is of the model in practice when, both in terms of practicum, but then once somebody's licensed and working, do you see this as a pull-out model of kids that are, Sammy and Susie are in some trouble, or do you see this more as a support into classrooms holistically? I'm worried about that all of a sudden kids get more labels on them through this, and teachers turn and say, she's the behavior specialist, take this kid, I can't deal.
I'd actually would like to piggyback on the end of that question too, because I think that at one point there may have been some question about the word specialist for someone who has a bachelor's degree, and just in terms of their expertise around handling really challenging situations that senior teachers are baffled by. So
okay. Yeah, we're really trying to avoid that scenario, Ginevra. I mean, that is a worst case scenario for us. And in thinking about our early identification of kids with risk is probably most similar to the child child checkup that our kids get from their pediatrician. I think that's the model that we're looking at, is to identify kids through more routine screening like you get in a well child visit once or twice a year, and identify kids who are normal risk, and reassure the parents and the school system about that, and some kids that have a little bit of risk, and how easy it is to not label that and not put them in treatment, and use very non-invasive and inexpensive prevention practices, for getting those kids back into the normal risk category. My overarching goal is to reduce that 20% rate of kids with conditions so that we do much less labeling.
It seems like you mentioned, though, that in year 2 we'll be focusing on middle school. It seems like that prevention and promoting healthiness that would start at the K5, catch it early before it escalates to something that we have to treat.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And so that's the preference of the Portland Public Schools, is we start with middle schools with them, and we'll be working in elementary schools and high schools in Park Rose and David Douglas. So thanks for reminding me of that. Yeah. And with regard to the child behavioral specialist title, I think we're still open to suggestions about that. Introducing a new profession is really challenging because as we introduced the idea of a bachelor's degree program, it was a Rorschach, and so it was like the two bears in the ink blot, and people were projecting what this profession was going to look like, even though we did not know what it was going to look like back in March. And so I really can't wait to get the curriculum out there in the public sphere so that we can more accurately portray what we're trying to do with behavioral health promotion and prevention. And hopefully that will help to communicate what we mean by a behavioral health specialist and what they do.
Randy, I have two questions. The first is a qualifier, and that is, wouldn't we have our first graduating class in year 3 if we bring in 50 sophomores? So we will, okay.
Yeah.
You'd mentioned that the first class was year 5, the 150, but that'd be the full 4-year, I guess, that
Yes.
went to it. And the second question is, what kind of demand are we seeing for this? Meaning that as we get our first graduates out, we want them to be able to get hired right away so that they say, hey, this is a great opportunity, as opposed to they can't find a job. So what are we seeing from school districts in terms of their appetite for hiring this position?
That's what started all this. That's the genesis of the Balmer Institute workforce approach, because of conversations we've been having with school district superintendents and other leaders over the last 4 or 5 years, where they've been bemoaning the lack of service providers. Universities can't produce enough school counselors, school social workers, psychiatric social workers, school psychologists to meet the need. And that's of the kids with 20%. And so that leaves the 80% of the kids getting haphazard sorts of behavioral health services. So that's really how, as a faculty, we came up with the idea, was reflecting upon the fact that some superintendents were saying they were partnering with service providers out of Boston, for example, because they couldn't find them here in Oregon, or they were hiring individuals with bachelor's degrees with no dedicated behavioral health training, and giving them as much in-service training as possible to help fill some gaps, particularly in the prevention area. So that we knew from our work in the field that the workforce was just haphazard. And so will they be hired? That's the consensus. That's the consensus among school district leaders we interact with, is that they and their colleagues really need an extra set of hands for a variety of behavioral health needs. And we've met with health care providers as well, and they've expressed interest in hiring our graduates.
A lot of it we're just going to learn as we go too, right? I mean, it's like anything. When you start up, you have a plan and you have to twist and turn and deal with it. And is that also part of the thought with the certificate program, would be like an existing teacher that gets that as an extra credential or expertise?
And Steve, to answer your question, this is where the state actually pushed resources into school districts to help solve this problem, but there aren't people to take these jobs, right? So they need folks in the classroom to help support teachers with issues like this, and have resources, but can't find people.
I'll just point out that this was the #1 issue with Connie Balmer. It's the first thing she wanted us to focus on. So regardless of what we think is moral and appropriate for our students, we will have just tremendous accountability on this question. And it fits obviously with our mission that we already heard from Kimberly Johnson about the career readiness and preparedness and those kinds of stuff. This is a very focused effort where everything is geared towards that success of that student, and then empowering that student through their specialized training to make an impact on the world. And this is the Oregon story. If we got to pull this off, because when we do, this is going to be the exemplar of what we can be as a public research university at the highest level.
I wanted to just chime in real quickly. I'm cognizant of the fact that we're over time, but as kind of a lay person on this is my first presentation on this. So all the information I've had is just through whatever kind of meager media we have covering it. To me, it's just been, I knew there was a program behind it, but it's mostly a building and a real estate deal. And I knew there was potential and that things were moving, but the vision and philosophy and potential behind it is beyond anything I had imagined. And it's probably a lack of imagination on my part. I just hadn't given it any thought. But when you were talking about the new profession, I thought, what? And then all that you see in almost every question I had, you've answered. But I have a couple more, which I hope I can get you, just so I can get caught up, but later, about just standing up a new program like this. But it's really exciting, and we're really grateful to the Balmers, but also to you for presenting so thoroughly and well today.
Jenny, though, I imagine that your questions are not your basic layman questions, and that whatever they are, we need to pay attention, because I think how this gets rolled out and communicated is key. She'll have points and questions that need to be addressed.
Do we have time for one more question? Can you share a little insight onto what assessment and feedback cycle will look like? How will you know what you're doing in the field is working, and how long will it take to find out?
Yeah, and just to layer on, that's exactly my question. Are you thinking about, there's a lot of organizations out there that are doing dipsticks on student behavior, how students are feeling, their mental health on a, I'm just wondering if you're going to partner with one of those to help you think about, get feedback and see how the program, how the graduates are doing.
Yeah. It's the great thing about a research university doing this, so we have the methodologists literally down the hallway from us, and Julie, her PhD is in stat and research design. So once we get this curriculum put to bed, we'll turn our attention to the next 10 things that we need to do. And, one is the evaluation plan. In addition to that, creating the service delivery model, et cetera. So we're very much looking forward to getting to those next steps and trying to get as much accomplished as possible before the first year students and the rising juniors arrive next fall.
I will just add just one thing, because it might help to hear it. We haven't explicitly stated. We haven't designed our clinical practice kind of service delivery model, but our faculty are going to be out in the field with the students. So we're not sending our students out into PPS or Park Rose alone. Our faculty are going to be there for the duration of that practice. So as we're building this service delivery model in partnership, our faculty are actually going to be there. So they're not just coming, 3 times a week to check on the students. They're going to be right there with them the entire time. And so that's going to help, us understand what's working, what's not working, because we'll have that direct partnership from our faculty, and our faculty working with their school counselors and their school social workers, and really getting that feedback immediately.
I will also say, from an organizational point of view, it's an amazingly good question, but that is part of what we will evaluate once the program's established. So annually, we'll do an assessment of how the program's doing, and then on a regular cycle, do a formal program review, which will include those kind of data. So where are people going for jobs? What kind of jobs are they getting? What's the success rate? And has the program, like every other program, met its learning goals? And I think it's important to remember the really innovative, amazing work that they're doing to develop this program then becomes institutionalized as part of our academic process anyway.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Julie.
Pleasure.
Okay, well, I think we will close the meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. If nobody has anything else, we're adjourned. Yahoo!
Nice job.
Jennifer.